If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Oh, it sure is. And good morning on this final hump day.
Hump day, hump day, hump day, hump day.
On Road Gang Radio from the Fastport Studios, also known as the House of Degas. Good morning, Jimmy Mack.
You know, it's really funny because, as we head into these last final three shows, the airing of the grievances can begin to some degree, Dre. The guy who actually owns the space came to me the other day, and he's like, nobody gives a shit about Degas.
Oof.
And I let that land, and I just kind of looked at him and I said, well, that's not entirely true. He goes, what do you mean? I said, lots of people care. I said, you don't.
Yeah, a lot of people walk around and ask me, how do I get the tour? I see the big plaque out here, and I looked it up, and I'm just here. And then also people from other countries I can't understand, but they're here for Degas.
They're coming in. Lots of people care very deeply about it. The thing is, though, you know what the subtext of what he's saying is, and I get to pick on this. He doesn't listen to this show. He just kind of goes around town and collects rent on his property.
This would be the day he would.
I hope he is, actually.
Hey, David.
Because one of the things I find so hysterical about it is that there's a joke, not an uncle of mine. I have a second cousin, okay? Second cousin once removed, who is married to a great dude named Perry, Phone Master Dre.
Yes.
Great guy named Perry. And he used to make fun of another relative of ours saying, oh, look at him. He's the next CEO of Nextel, is what he would call him. He's one of these guys who's like, if people would only just take the ideas I come up with on my couch and execute them and give me credit for them, the world would be a better place. And you know what I'm talking? I mean, there are people out there who literally do this. They sit around and they think about all the cool stuff that other people should do and give them credit for. And I have to tell you, man, there's a lot of folks out there. Because when he said that to me, I'm like, are you kidding me, dude? The number of people who have walked into this studio by accident looking for Degas, looking to get some info and some facts about Degas. I mean, the amount of people who actually show up here in the hopes of discovering something about one of the really unique pieces of New Orleans history. The fact that there is no one else, there is no other French impressionist who called the United States their home for any extended period of time. And we're sitting inside of the original building with the studio behind the kitchen that's behind this studio.
Exactly. And then it was to the point, Jimmy, that we had to get a sign that said Degas House that way.
That way. There's plenty of people who care about Edgar Degas. There's plenty of people who care about trucking, and there's plenty of people who care about quality trucking. But what we care about today on Road Gang Radio, well, how about this? University of Maryland researchers designed smart underwear to track and measure flatulence. And they're seeking you, volunteers, to wear them. Brantley Hall, by the way, who is an assistant professor in the Department of Cell Biology and Molecular Genetics, led a team of scientists in creating a small device that snaps into a wearer's underwear and uses electrochemical sensors to track intestinal gas. They want to track your farts, dude.
Not
Hall
your
said
farts.
the device specifically records releases of hydrogen. Think of it like a continuous glucose monitor, but for intestinal gas. That's what Hall said in a news release. Santiago Potosini, a research assistant at the school, led a study that found healthy adults produce flatus, pass gas an average of 32 times a day, with individual variations reaching as much as 59 or as low as 4. There are people out there farting 59 times in their pants. Their findings were reported in the journal Biosensors and Bioelectronics, unintended, X. Hall said doctors previously thought the average to be around 14, a number he attributed to the difficulties involved in measuring and self-reporting without the use of smart underwear. Hey, self-reporting, can you imagine that? I need you to track your farts today.
How many times have you flatulated today, sir?
Flatus.
Flatus.
Flatus. How many times have you flatus? Objective measurement gives an opportunity to increase scientific rigor in an area that's been difficult to study, you think? The researchers are now working on a human flatus atlas. Say that fast 3
Dude,
times.
that's fun.
To objectively measure gas releases across hundreds of patients using smart underwear, the project will develop a baseline for normal adult flatulence patterns. We don't actually know what normal flatus production looks like, Hall said. Without that baseline, it's hard to know when someone's gas production is truly excessive. Do you ever feel like do you ever feel like you have excessive flatus?
Here and there, sir, after I eat certain things that upset my tummy-wummy, as they say. Sorry, I'm going to jump in a little bit more. Yes.
Yeah, I often wonder about this and how about all the people that think they've been discreetly farting in elevators all their lives and or literally think their poop doesn't stink but their farts give them away?
Oh, dude, I had to go and do the vegan diet for a long time just to get rid of this bacteria that made me just... Dude, it was like mustard gas. Like, I was clearing places out. I was like, I know sometimes that's a healthy thing, but that was horrendous. And now I feel like a better person.
And by the way, we're making a lot of jokes here, but you hit the nail on the head about what's going on here. The team is seeking participants who fall into 3 categories developed from Bottesini's team's research. Zen digesters, who continue to consume high-fiber diets yet rarely pass gas. Hydrogen hyper producers, simply put, people who fart a lot, and normal people, those who fall between the 2 categories. This is what Hall had to say. We've learned a tremendous amount about which microbes live in the gut, but less about what they're actually doing at any given moment. The Human Flatus Atlas, say that fast 3 times, will establish objective baselines for gut microbial fermentation, which is essential groundwork for evaluating how dietary, probiotic, or prebiotic interventions change microbiome activity. Let me see if I can say this word properly. Microbiome?
Microbiome.
This is MICROBIAL.
Oh, I don't know. That's the first time I heard that word.
Microbial?
Maybe. Can I jump in for 1 second on something not related, but we'll come back to it. Facebook is having a problem, everyone. If you're on YouTube and iHeart, I highly appreciate you, but I'm going to get that situation fixed. But if anything, just spread the word that we're on YouTube and iHeart, and I will get Facebook taken care of for tomorrow.
Can I tell you, whatever form this takes moving forward in the future, we will not be on Facebook.
Dude, it's the one we never really have problems with YouTube, and when we do, it's something that I just miss, and that's on me. But man, Facebook just likes to fight back. But what were you saying about the bio?
Well, the thing, bio on the bio, microbio on the bio. No, this is really it is important, by the way, because for all jokes aside, too, is the fact that if they can develop a normal number for it, then they can actually help people track it. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That if they can figure out what the average amount is, they can figure out when somebody actually, because there are people out there, I'm farting so much, I fart all the time. And then you find out later on, well, actually, you're just farting like everybody else. You just have no shame in admitting the fact that you're doing it. And that's an okay thing, by the way. If you guys get an opportunity to look at this, by the way, it's University of Maryland. Just look up Flatus, University of Maryland. They really do want to do a study, and I can't think of a better group of people to study than truck drivers, given the fact that you're sitting on your ass all day while working your ass off simultaneously. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's what it kind of comes down to. You're sitting on that tuchus, but you are literally getting bounced around even in the best of circumstances. So they're going to want to get some measurements from you guys. 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO. Give us a call because we have 2 callers already.
Let's drop the first one in here and get this conversation started here, and then we'll get to Pledge and National Anthem. I'll give you some guests, and we'll get to the second call. Who do we got?
Come on down, Shelter.
What's happening, brother?
Morning, gentlemen. Well, I'm glad we're talking about windbreakers because I'm a pretty good windbreaker, and I don't mean the kind that you wear.
Sometimes you wear it, you know what I mean?
And you wear it.
Oh, I do. Don't worry about that. Sometimes there's a little bit more substance than you believe is going to come out.
Go on.
Okay.
I guess the best part about this whole discussion or survey we're going to do, we're going to get away from cows having to wear the underwear to measure their methane gas to save the environment. We'll just put humans out of existence now, right?
Yeah, by the way, can you name me an album that has a cow on the cover?
Oh, we did. You talked about it yesterday.
I've seen one. I've seen one, and it's on a moon, going to do something with a moon. But Jimmy, we know, as in the track history of Chowder, he knows nothing about bands, singers, and musical
It's
lyrics
actually
correctly.
a really good
but
guess. You got it wrong, but it's a great guess. It has nothing to do with the moon, but the same band made an album called Dark Side
It's
of the
not
Moon.
Aerosmith, is it?
No,
it's not Aerosmith,
it's
He
right?
Pink
talked about
Floyd.
it yesterday.
It's Pink Floyd. It's Adam Hart Mother, dude.
Oh, those guys, the guy that do the Wall song.
Yeah. By the way, you know what's really cool about Adam Hart Mother? That album title comes from a woman who got a pacemaker with a plutonium chip in it. So it's an Adam Hart Mother.
They can. That's right. They can come measure all the gas Chowder's passing, but you're going to need some kind of mask because the wife and everybody still thinks there's people passing out from some of it.
Oh, yeah.
Especially when Chowder gets a little too deep in the lobster.
Yeah.
But,
radioactive half-life, 50,000 years. Go on.
Nut and butter.
So, yeah, hold on. I got to pick up my bills real quick. Thank you, sir. Have a good day. Yep. So, yeah,
Hell of a multitasker.
I love that, man. That's
Yeah.
great background noise. That's
Nope.
great. That's great background noise.
Yep. All right.
Outstanding.
Yep.
Outstanding.
Chowder, tell him you're on the phone.
I did. I was telling him with the hand motions. I used all my fingers, just for the record. Which brings me to my next point of making people mad. Apparently, people get a little disgruntled when you call the cops, Highway Patrol, Ohio, Travel Plaza, eastbound, because apparently when you're parked in one of the last two parking spots that lines up with the on-ramp and you need to get up at 3:30 in the morning, they don't like you banging on their door telling them to move. I didn't ask. I told them. And so they said, a couple letters, and mostly shorthand for take a flying U. And I said, that's fine. So I called the highway patrol and had them move. That cop showed up 10 minutes and had them moving because apparently that's the problem, which was nice. And then I had this little issue. Apparently yesterday, Jimmy, it is now a new rule again to drive down the shoulders of the highway at Mach bejesus and almost hit trucks. And they get mad when you kind of crowd them and run them into the electric Indian. Who would have figured?
Who would have figured?
So,
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
They'll
Not
learn
me.
after their second or third car. But, so Chowder's right in there with that whole substantive flatulent type attitude lately. But then Chowder got that karma today. So I'm over here getting ready to go deliver some plastic totes at Land O'Lakes. And it's a nice warehouse factory, nice people. They would have given us about 6 more room of the arc to go down the road to get to the back of the warehouse. Would have been kind of nice. I look back in the dark, foggy, cloudy weather, and that yellow pole was getting awful close to my rear tandems, and I didn't really want to run over their nice manicured wet lawn and sprinkler system. But I had to choose. And so I chose not running over the yellow pole, but I'm sure they have a nice lawn care agency that can come fix my divot.
Divot? Sorry.
Not pivot, divot.
Divot?
But, of course, when I'm trying to golf, my divots look like pivots because there's a lot of hacking in a circular fashion. But it only counts as one swing because I only hit the ball once. But, that's kind of how my day's going.
It's good to hear that, Dave. By the way, I love the background noise. I love the hustle and bustle of picking up the bill of lading. Just think it's terrific, brother.
Hey, this is a working man show, right?
I want to hear it, man. I want to hear forks on countertops. I want to hear guys barking at other people. I want to hear the occasional horn trying to run somebody off the road, and you reminding them that you're 80,000 pounds. All of that is good stuff as far as I'm concerned. Chowder, let me ask you something else too. Have you ever driven the night shift? Have you ever done third shift?
I do all shifts, Jimmy. I try to prefer to drive. My prime operational time frame of offending people is from 3 a.m. to 7 p.m. But last week I did a lot of that, 4 in the afternoon to DOT compliant, 2:30 in the morning, plus or minus 3 hours. I just did this week. I've been doing a lot of get up at 3, drive till like noon, take a break, get up, drive the rest of the way. And I do all kinds of them, but I'm not a fan and supporter of when it's dark out and owls are flying around, even though I know a lot of people like that, but I can do it.
Did you see the thing, by the way, where the owl broke the window and flew into the state trooper's car and actually rode shotgun?
No, I didn't see that, but it's got to be as much fun as when I had a Canadian goose come in through one of my side windows and decide to want to argue at 65 mile an hour down the road who was leaving the truck.
Scary as hell, man. Those, and by the way, people forget Canadian goose, and an owl. Those big birds, man. Those are not little birds. Those aren't like little Tweeties. Those are.
No, they are not.
Ooh, man, put you in a hurt lock or slap the pain combination on you.
They will.
My brother, I got to do a pledge and national anthem. I love you. There's nothing you can do about it. Keep on calling until the last microphone is put out, okay?
I'll try. You guys have a good day. Love you guys.
You too as well, man. We'll do a pledge, a national anthem. We'll come back. I'll tell you who's going to be on this show. I'll take the next phone call, and we'll see where the road takes us. We got a great first guest, by the way. He's a returning guest. A lot of people getting a chance to say goodbye. Nemo's going to stop in for a little bit, probably tell our good friend Braswell, who is going to be here. Tech Talk, it's about the next generation workforce. Our good friend Mr. Braswell and I are going to chat a little bit, but also Benjamin Phillips is going to give a technician outlook and discuss the next generation workforce and take your calls on Tech Talk with TMC. You guys should give Robert a call and thank him. Really thank him for all the work that he has done. No one has run a longer segment on Radio Nemo's platforms than Robert Braswell. And if you get a chance at 8 in the center, 9 in the east, please just give him a call. And like I said, you ain't got to have a long talk with him. Just say, Robert, thank you. Or make the comments in the chat so that we can actually pass those on to him as well. I will pivot here. We will do a bit of a pledge. Have our friend Lindsay, who remains in presence because, after all, she sings our national anthem.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked alive, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Dave and Lindsay is going to be joining us in just a little bit here, 7:30 in the center, 8:30 in the east. He is the Alberta Motor Transport Association dude. He'll be talking with us, and you guys might remember him. He's a guy who actually was an over-the-road truck driver, is currently working on his PhD at Saskatchewan, and he's going to be talking here ways in which Canadian trucking associations like the AMTA can be of use to American truckers, carriers, and other industry representatives. It is promotional. Most of the guidance they issue, by the way, is free, and he's going to be here talking about a whole bunch of groovy stuff. I can't wait to dig into that and give you guys a great reminder of why, despite all of the contention and the sharp elbows, one of the reasons why the United States is the United States is we don't have Pakistan on our border. Straight up. We don't have Uzbekistan on our border. We are very fortunate that we couldn't have asked for a better neighbor up there. We have our differences, we have our issues, but at the end of the day, associations like this, particularly if you work in trucking, are really important. You'd be amazed at the number of things that we are so proud of here as we begin to wrap up all things Radio Nemo. Other things are coming. They will not be Radio Nemo. Dave has hung up his spurs. He might stop in to tell Robert thank you, but just to kind of let you guys know, Dave is going to go off and play the drum all day. That's what he's going to do. And I don't blame him one bit. He stuck around 2 years longer than he wanted to. Actually stuck around longer than that. I don't know if you know this, Dre. He wanted to call it a day about 5 years ago. And he stuck around for a man that he trusted. he stuck around to kind of help a man that he trusted through what he thought was some tough times. And, well, no good deed goes unpunished. It's been the story of the last 5 years, by the way. No good deed goes unpunished. That being said, though, good deeds have a habit down the road of eventually paying off, as many of you guys have proven with your friendship. Good morning to you, Jerry. Good morning to you, Joe J. I will take your word for that on measuring your flatus. I will absolutely take your word. I want to take a phone call here, drop somebody in, keep the conversation going at 615-292-6366.
615-292. Nemo, who it is? Who sent you?
Who you be?
It's showtime.
I had a feeling, brother. I had a feeling deep inside.
I had a fever.
Yeah. Oh, wait, the feeling deep inside. Hold on.
Huh?
Okay, never
So
mind.
you felt a disturbance in the force, is
Yes,
what you're saying.
exactly. The force is strong with this one.
Yeah.
The force is strong
Yeah.
with this one.
Oh, by the way, Chowder, if you're still listening, they're not Canadian geese. They're Canadian water chickens. That's the
Go on. What's
and
happening?
you know what? The dean of Maryland University walked into those scientists' room and said, "What are you guys doing?" And go, "Oh, we're just farting around."
Man, you have been on the phone waiting to unleash that for a long time, and I appreciate it. I'm here for it. I'm completely here for it. What is going on, man?
I'm here for it. I'm just waiting to go get some cars dropped at an airport so they can go back to where they need to go and then move on from there. So just got that going on. And I just want to call in and say thank you guys for everything. You, Andre, Dave, Lindsay, everybody, just thank you for what you guys have done.
You're welcome. You are very welcome. It has been our absolute pleasure. And I will tell you this. I saw something the other day on LinkedIn which just put my blood to boil. And I thought about the fact I got the best letter from a guy named Rob Barlow last night that just lifted my spirits. And one of the things, look, I'm going to tell you something, Showtime. I know that people think they have a sense of my politics. You actually have a better sense of my politics because you and I have actually got a chance to talk privately on the phone. One of the things that Dave has prided himself in, and it's really funny because I've heard people say like, Jimmy this, Jimmy that. I'm like going, dude, you don't know my politics whatsoever. If you think I drive conservative listeners crazy, you should see me around the progressive members of my family. And one of the things that Dave and I really pride ourselves in is, and Rob wrote me this last night, which made me feel better. He said, he told us, he said, every time I thought I had you or Dave figured out where you stood, he said, I listened to you create a problem for somebody who had, so somebody would come out and, somebody would come out in favor of all kinds of, global warming stuff. And he said, I was just ready for you to kind of agree with them, and then you'd problematize it. Or somebody would come out and be a denier, and you'd problematize it. And all we wanted to do was we wanted to get as many people as we could with as many different opinions, anybody who had a stake in the industry, so that you guys, we didn't want to tell you how to think. We wanted to tell you how other people were thinking and where you could go to find out if they were right, wrong, or had something to kind of add. And that was the most important thing to us.
Give us the info and let us figure it out.
That's exactly it.
That's, let us determine it, that way. And, that's the thing. And I've been, since the announcement was made and stuff, I kind of watch and look at stuff. And you realize that there's so many drivers out here that don't have a clue as to what's going on in this industry, and they should have been listening to shows like this. They have no idea what's going on. I watch some of the stuff even on Instagram on some of the trucking things, and what these people are talking about. I'm like, you people have no idea what's going on, and that's part of why our industry is so jacked up right now.
Yeah. I mean, and here's the thing too, and I mean this. I don't want to say on all sides, because let me tell you something. There are people who have very, very forward-thinking ideas in the industry who are incredibly well-informed. There are people who are very invested in maintaining the traditions of this industry who are very well-informed. I am, the older I get, the more I'm beginning to believe that there are two sides, but the two sides are not ideology. There was a moment many years ago where two politicians, one was a Democrat and one was a Republican, this is back in the 80s, were arguing over one issue or another. And the Republican, referring to the Democrat, he said, I want to say something before we go any further. And he said that both me and my opponent are, he said, for whatever you want to say about either one of us, are deeply invested in helping small businesses thrive in this country. He said, we have very different ideas about what will make that work. He said, but we are invested in that. And I think that the two sides of the people who live in a place where their job, they feel like, is to tell you that the other side is them and that we are us. And then there are other people who are like, I disagree with you, but I think at the end of the day, you're acting in good faith. I just think your ideas are wrong, which is a very different kind of thing. And and I feel like you hit the nail on the head with what Dave was trying to do, was that open forum, that sense of, if you're willing to come on and be challenged, great. I remember one time it was an accident. Look, everybody isn't crazy about the Teamsters, right? I understand that. But this guy came on and he was vicious about the Teamsters. And I remember my phone rang later on that day, and it was the Teamsters who said, we know you guys are fair dealers. All we're asking for is 20 minutes like he had. Can you give it to us? And I went, you got it. You got it. And that's all. And that gives that creates an informed citizenry. That creates an informed truck drivers. But you're right, dude. The number of people who don't know what the hell is going on out there on the road, they don't. They have no idea. No idea.
Have no idea and don't care. That's what's even worse about it. They're like, that's why all the stuff is going on that is. Because some people out here, they don't want to get involved. They don't want to do anything. Just work, get a check, go home. Don't care what happens. You know, and it's. And then I mean, all you can do is go in and do what you can.
Yeah, and then wonder why that word that came up, that word that was invented last year, in shitification, and then wonder why everything gets a little bit worse, a little bit faded, a little bit broken, a little bit less. On a very funny note, Jerry Bowers wrote, would be interesting to have that underwear after a New Year's meal of cabbage and black-eyed peas. They probably couldn't. They probably couldn't do it. They probably couldn't do it after a New Year's Eve celebration or a New Year's Day celebration. My friend Showtime, if I hear from you before this is all over with and said and done, thank you. If I don't, we will talk. And I got some plans of my own.
You got my number.
I got some plans of my own that don't, like I said, not under the Nemo banner, but I got some fun plans, and I can't wait for you guys to find out about it. Be safe out there. I love you, and there ain't a damn thing you can do about it, okay?
And I'm happy that it's that way.
Amen to that.
Love you, Jimmy. Thank you.
Thank you, Showtime. Good dude. Good dude. Chowder's a good dude. Jerry Bowers is a good dude. Speaking of flatulence, there it is right there, the little plump boy with the tuba. We'll be back on the other side of this. We got a great show today, including the final edition of Tech Talk from TMC. But first, what do you say we get Dave Lindsay?
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, rigs without cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, healthy habits for the long haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
You are, and you're listening on YouTube and iHeart because Facebook didn't want to be our friend today, but we are happy to have you. I just posted a good old-fashioned post with a link, so hey, spread that word and share that post.
Hey, by the way, maybe we just make a decision at the end of the show today that we just say, you know what, Facebook, we're done with you.
We just make posts and say, this is where you need to go.
This is where you need to go as we wrap this thing up. Just kind of, slowly shut the whole thing down. I don't like Facebook, by the way. And by the way, I don't know if you know that Zuckerberg's going to be testifying today because the people... I don't know if it's today or this week sometime, because the people that run social media are desperately trying to say that it is not medically addictive.
Oh.
That it does not fit the criteria to be an actual addiction. Man, they're going to fight that like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
They are going to fight that like crazy. And I'll tell you this, with the anti-regulatory attitude over in Washington, D.C. right now, it probably won't make a difference. But if they lose that fight on any sort of level, I can promise you, here's the thing about the pendulum. It swings back and forth. I will tell you, if we're going to stop what has been happening on the interwebs and the newfangled technologies in any sort of way, if we're going to put the brakes on, it's going to be that. It's going to be because it's a public health hazard. And I actually believe that. I'm going to say a lot of stuff that I actually believe here. Guys, I guess you could probably call me a Hamiltonian or a free soiler if you want to know my actual politics. I'm kind of an anarchist, if that makes any sense. It's much more complicated than that. But I have some really kind of crazy ideas about how things should be run. I don't normally share them, but I will tell you, I think that social media is a public health hazard, genuine bona fide hazard. It is, and by the way, it's designed to be that way. Straight up. Remember, I don't know if you guys know this, David Kessler, the former head of the EPA, wrote a book saying that the people who actually, this is absolutely true, Trey, the people who were in charge of advertising and marketing smoking and chemically goosing smoking to make it even more addictive, when all of the stuff finally collapsed around them and the good guys won on the issue of cigarettes, all of those people moved right over to fast food and began figuring out ways to make that addictive. And the same people that brought you the slot machines and the floors of Las Vegas casinos have brought you the internet. I promise you, that's what it is. Diminishing returns, looking for that dopamine hit. Speaking of dopamine hits, we're going to have the last edition of Beyond the Bushwhackers. Matthew Holbert's going to be here later on talking about guns, which, by the way, are not addictive in the way that other things are. But they can be really cool, and they're really fun to talk about, particularly in the Old West. But in the meantime, we got a returning guest, a good dude, lots to talk about this morning. Pivot!
Pivot!
Dave Lindsay is with the Alberta Motor Transport Association, the AMTA. He has been with us before. Go to amta.ca and check out all they stand for. Dave's a really cool dude, by the way. Actually, he fits into my rubric of the kind of people I like to hang out with. Not only is he a safety and risk professional and researcher, he's a guy who actually ties all of that together to create culture. He works for the AMTA as their advisor in safety and compliance, but he's also a PhD student at the University of Saskatchewan, where he studies safety management systems and their impact on truck driver health, safety, and wellness, which is separate but related to his work at the AMTA. Dave has been a cross-border long-haul flatbed trucker before making the transition into becoming a smarty pants. I have a feeling he was always a smarty pants. Hey, smarty pants, good morning. Thanks for joining us on this third to final show of Road Gang Radio. How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. And you guys able to hear me all right? I'm coming through okay.
You sound just fantastic, by the way. It's good to have you back. Let me ask you something, too, in regards to, and I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit, because the topic you want to talk about today is near and dear to my heart, about the idea of how people can utilize associations and what the value of them are even when they're not in your own country. I wanted to ask you, though, about about the topic of your PhD, and I have one myself. I don't know if we've ever talked about that. I've got a doctorate, and no matter what form they take, they're sons of bitches to write. And the people who are going through
they sure are,
the joke I make is, for those people who have never been through it, they don't understand it, and for those of us who have, we can reassure you as much as we want, you don't believe us. So you're stuck in that limbo land. What's your topic going to be on, and how does one go about, with the academic rigor necessary for that, how does one begin to write a dissertation on the supply chain or transportation?
No, I appreciate it. It's a great day to chat about this. I mean, first of all, congratulations to David Nemo on impending retirement here, and I'm honored to be in this last couple of shows here. Last night, I finally handed in the final version of my thesis proposal. So I'm moving now to my candidacy assessment stage. So it was kind of a nice moment. It was like, the rounds of revisions on the proposal, and then I kind of realized, now I got to actually do all the stuff in the proposal.
Oh, yeah.
Why the hell did I write it to be so long? But anyways, it is a neat topic. I mean, where it comes from for me, it just comes out of lived experiences and things I just witnessed as a truck driver. I think every industry has got its pros and cons. I just happen to get into trucking because trucks are cool. It's really about as much thought as I put into wanting to get into long haul, and I don't regret it. It was a lot of fun. But at the same time, you just notice things with your coworkers and what's going on in the industry, and I just kind of noticed that they go, why is it this way? Why are these issues in this industry that might not be in others? Or, what are these problems? And I mean, it really was just a curiosity that just led to my master's to study this topic, and then that led to the PhD. And along the way, getting into risk and safety management, safety professional, that kind of stuff, learned a lot more about the practical side of management systems and systems theory, seeing how it actually works at a company. So for myself, for me, it just kind of made sense to take, the motivation of, I think we can do this better, with the, personal experiences, then followed with the, the academic curiosity, and then seeing it in real time profession. Sense to focus on the safety system itself to see what can carriers do within their own power to improve these outcomes for their drivers. And that is the focus. It's focused on the drivers and also more at the carrier level for action. I'm sure I might have policy recommendations at the end of it, but I'm really hoping to target this at the level of the individual carrier, because at least the company, when it comes to its own policies, can generally move a lot faster than a regulator can. So I'm hoping, might not be able to make as large, they have to work within the existing regulatory framework, but I'm hoping that by identifying what kinds of safety practices are more likely to improve, health, wellness, safety for truck drivers, that'll provide carriers with this kind of information and a framework to actually bring these changes into their organizations in so much as they're able to, given their operational demands. And that's kind of the focus. So it's like a practical kind of more harm reduction approach to safety, I suppose, if we want to look at it that way. But it's also very theoretical, and a large part of this is just, what can a safety management system be? How good can it be? What are our, that kind of answers the question anyways.
It actually answers it perfectly, by the way. And just to kind of let our listeners know, one of the things you have to do in a dissertation, and by the way, you will recognize this, it might give you some triggers and some traumas here. You have to lay out your theoretical concepts, which, by the way, in case you were noticing, Dave just did that. He actually laid out the idea, the process by which you have to kind of... The thing about a dissertation, and by the way, a dissertation is not a textbook. A dissertation is not a novel, and it's not even a standard history book. It is a methodology of working and a structural framework by which we present and organize our ideas. Sometimes people often turn those things into books, but that's a very different process. A textbook, a novel, a history book, all of that stuff are not the same thing as a dissertation, which is a methodology of working and then showing that methodology through a topic of choice. I've always said that people need to understand this, and it's a good piece of advice for everybody listening right now. The best reason to write a dissertation is because you think the idea is cool. And I know people go, what are you talking about? We're talking about fancy pants terminology and big words and unpacking ideas and case studies and thick descriptions and all the other stuff that kind of comes up in these conversations. But if you don't think the idea is cool, you're going to find yourself slogging more than anything else. And for a process that involves revision, slogging, and checking your sources, you don't want to pick a topic that slogs you, right? I mean, you want to make sure that you love it and that you think it is the most neato mosquito thing on the planet to write about. You know, Jane Jezraoui of Carrier's Edge is a regular contributor to this show, and her best fleets to drive for. In many ways, what you're doing, if I understand you correctly, to give our listeners a sense of this, is you are looking at examples of. Tell me if I understood you correctly. You are taking a deep look at the culture of safety inside of carriers and what carriers can do before there is government intervention, before there is association intervention, or before there is outside intervention. How it's not a grassroots, because we're talking about companies and corporations here, but we are talking about internal methodologies by which a culture of safety and compliance can actually be maintained. How did I do?
I think you did just fine there. No, absolutely. And I want to return to that point about it being cool. You're absolutely right. And you have to think it's cool. And the thing is, I mean, like there's, I really find the energy that some people have who are really into their niche topics to be just really kind of almost, intoxicating or, like addictive in a sense. Like, I've met people who like their careers have been learning about like a niche part of like the electrical code and then sitting on committees and working on standards. And it's such for the typical person, it's invisible work. But when we look around us in our world and the degree, we complain about the things that aren't standardized, the barriers we do have. But I mean, we didn't even used to have cargo securement rules standardized between states and provinces, but then we look at like technology and what we have, and it's like, no, there's people behind the scenes every day doing really impactful, practical work that just makes our world better a little bit at a time. And whether it culminates in, like a better way to manage safety, or it culminates in a safer electrical code, or the James Webb Space Telescope, like these kinds of activities that are going on that we don't see in the mainstream news, I love it. Like, it's just so fascinating to me and encouraging to know there's people out there who have found these paths where they can just, no matter how uncool the thing might be to other people, they are fully permitted to just dig right into it and see where the problems are. And then here's my solutions. I want to do better. I want to see this positive change. That to me, I mean, like that I'm just very fortunate, I guess, that I found a PhD program and a supervisor, Dr. Alex Crizzle, who works in this area, who can just kind of allow me to really just, you think that's neat? Great. Go get your doctorate in it, Like, I think that to me is just absolutely critical. And it's not fun all the time, don't get me wrong, but overall, I know I'm working towards something that I believe in and I find interesting and meaningful. That's a powerful motivator,
I'm going to take you really into the weeds, and then we're going to get to the topic you actually wanted to talk about this morning. But I will give you a bizarre example, the most bizarre example I can give you. So one of my areas of study when I was getting my doctorate was the work of Orson Welles, the radio, theater, and movie impresario. And it got so crazy for me that if you asked me to kind of show you and explain to you what a film... He made Citizen Kane as his first movie, and everybody considers it the greatest movie of all time. It also ruined his career because it basically put some of the most powerful people in the United States up his ass for the rest of his life, and they never forgave him for going after William Randolph Hearst. And somebody said, is there an alternative version of his life if he had decided to go for the money instead? And I sat down one night and just on speculation was able to kind of spin out what that movie looked like right down to its cast and structure. And you talked about the intoxication of all this stuff, is that people need to be able to think the way you think in regards to the supply chain in the same way that I think about Orson Welles, or that I think about the way politics and performance are constructed to project imagery and ideas, because it means that when the new ideas come up, when people want to think outside the box, there's only two places outside the box thinking comes from: deep in the heart of the academy, or absolutely on the frontier in the wilderness. Everything in between is always just kind of trying to survive if I'm making any sort of sense. The only strength in the middle comes from association, which is my segue into what you want to talk about today. The idea that if you live a daily life outside the clouds or outside the quiet contemplation of the Walden farm, you live in the real world, and you only get enough information by the people you choose to associate with. And one of the things you wanted to talk about today with our listeners was how to take advantage of associations like MATA and how they can actually strengthen your position, even if you're simply a driver, which there is no simply a driver in the supply chain, correct?
Absolutely. Yeah. And that is, like, it's good. I'm glad we started, talking about the PhD and everything, because it segues beautifully into the association space, because I see that, ever since I started working in an association, before that I was in safety management at a carrier. And now, it's nothing against working at a carrier, but at a carrier, I'm told to only be concerned with the carrier's immediate needs. But associations look at the whole industry. They look at broader things. So there's not a lot of them. They know the jobs are rare, but I'm just very fortunate to have received one. And that's something associations can do, is that deep thinking that goes on in the academy that you talk about, which is absolutely critical, does not easily make its way out of the academy, though. It doesn't easily, if it gets into the journals, and a lot of them sit behind paywalls, and how do you get that? All that incredible, beautiful knowledge that's got so many solutions in it to the people who actually have to then do the work, though, and bring it about. And that's where I see associations being quite useful in this space, is that, okay, first of all, they're not saddled with the operational pressures carriers are. They're insulated to a degree. So, the kind of have, Monday's task is not just worrying about how to get to Friday. They can kind of sit on projects and stuff like that. And they can do things like go to the academic literature and, okay, what are some better ways of doing things, and then translate that using their industry experience into actual resources and recommendations and change for the carriers themselves and for drivers and for policymakers, whomever their target is. And it's that in between. It's that applying of the research and the taking the theory and turning it into action. And it could be a two-way conduit too. It can bring information from industry back to academia. I think it's just a really interesting space I knew very little about just a few years ago, and now I find it, this is a big part of the industrial ecosystem here, a major way that we can make changes and improvements by just having some people whose job it is to look at the whole industry and just try to see it as a whole system, and then from that perspective try to make it better.
The other thing is, I want to point out a couple of things here. I tell people all the time, one of the best reasons to register for a night class at a university to do continuing studies and continuing education is that you suddenly have access to the libraries and the resources available at that institution. I've always said that, hey, a library card in and of itself, people say, well, why would I get a library card? I don't know. It allows you to read the New York Times and never have to pay for it. I can give you a whole bunch of reasons. Yeah. It allows you to read Popular Mechanics and never have to pay for it. People don't realize, a lot of people don't understand that ATRI, what a gift truck drivers have in that. It's like those people who have VA benefits and never take advantage of them. People don't understand that institutions like ATRI that allow you access to this kind of research, how many times has stuff like ATRI's research in other circumstances been behind a paywall? And you point out this really good stuff, and that associations often give you access to this research or these contacts or these ideas. For a small fee to join some of these associations, you don't just have the business contacts or the people that you should talk to, but you suddenly don't even realize to take the time on their website to realize the resources they have available, the reading material they have available, the position papers they have available, and the things that they give you at a discount that they have available as well. How am I doing?
No, you're doing great. No, this is absolutely, there's so much out there, and I don't know if this is your general experience, but I find myself, there's a general kind of a mainstream attitude of suspicion towards institutions and distrust and that kind of stuff. But the fact of the matter is, though, we need institutions, we need organizations that specialize in niche things like electrical codes and standards and trucking safety and fire safety, all these different areas. and they've done a lot for us from public health and all these other things. So, I mean, there's so much that they have to offer. And, you know, like I work with a lot of people in government and in positions, and, you know, sometimes you can, you know, they've expressed the frustration to me where, you know, if they feel so like they're part of something that's very mistrusted by the public, but they know themselves that all their work is good. Like they believe in what they're doing. It is well-intentioned. They are trying. There's no hidden daggers, you know, and sometimes we do come across the daggers in our institutions, but we do have to take a balanced look and realize that, like, no, they've got a lot to offer. There's so much out there for free, just like the North American Fatigue Management Program, for example. Like, that is a hell of a fatigue management program. It's available for free. It was well built. It's being revamped. Like, it's being maintained. It's just out there for free. And people can take advantage of it. And it's kind of like, I want to see people do that, right? That's why a lot of effort was put into that, so that people could use it, and it has a lot to offer the industry. So, yeah,
well,
there's a
and
lot
the other
that
thing
we can do. Like the library card's a great example too. You know.
Well, but just to give you an example of AMTA, is that I would tell people that a lot of the time people aren't aware of the fact that there are, you know, people who, you know, specialize in one particular area of trucking or the supply chain, others and others. One of the things that larger associations, trucking associations, do is they give you access. They know where the bodies are buried, so you can go to their website and they will have links to those places, and they will have contacts there. I can't tell you the number of times people don't understand that belonging to an association means somebody there's like, dude, I got to really get myself educated on blank. And the person there goes, let me make a phone call for you. And they call the people of that institution, and they get you fast tracked to getting what you need from those people. And people don't understand that. And it's like, and it's the worst part about trucking is also the best part. It's a lot of independent operators. And I don't mean that just in regards to the literal meaning of it, but it's people who really possess that free soiler, independent spirit. But you can only function as an independent spirit if you know that you have friends everywhere. And that's really what these associations do, is they give you friends everywhere. It means that you have a rendezvous point, a waypoint by which you can go to that place when you've been out there on your own, and they can say, well, hey, it's good to see you back again. What do you need? What can we do for you? Just like the lady at the library desk who recognizes you, right? I mean, that's it.
You know, it is. I mean, you know, I don't want to toot my own horn here, but I like to think of myself as a pretty good safety professional. And you can be on the phone or in a Teams meeting or something at no cost, and I'll work you through your health and safety issues. And it's kind of like, go price that out on the market for a consultant. You know, you're talking hundreds of dollars an hour sometimes, you know, depending on what the topic is we're getting into, the level of expertise. We're offering this for free, though. We want to see, and, you know, like the nature of trucking, okay, a lot of independent operators, also just the transient nature of the profession is that, yeah, we might be an Alberta-based Canadian institution, but please, if you're an American carrier, an American driver, reach out. Absolutely, because we're all sharing the same roads. So every, you know, a carrier based in Florida that operates in Alberta, well, the Alberta Motor Transport Association is available to that carrier in Florida if they have questions about how to operate in Alberta and how to prepare their drivers and everything, because we want that. We want them prepared. We want them to have a good experience up here. We want our roads to be safe. And, you know, like the collaborate, it just makes sense to collaborate, especially as associations, you know, and just to offer this information freely, because it just benefits everybody.
I have a funny story for you that you'll actually get where I'm going with this. A friend of mine once called me. He was a professor at the University of Cincinnati. This was back when I was actually doing professorial work. And he said, hey, man, you want a really good lunch for free? And I said, yeah, sure. He goes, bring your syllabus for your history class. I said, okay. And we got there, and there was this young man, late 20s, starting his first job at a university. And we spent the next hour and a half and then another hour going through the meal and laughing. And we got to the end of the meal, and the bill was pretty steep. Even though I'm not a drinker, it was a pretty steep bill. And the kid, he went, man, he said this was an expensive consult. And my friend laughed. He goes, the bill is $238. He said, do you know what it would have cost for him to give you his syllabus, me to give you my syllabus and our lesson plans and do consultations? He said, you're getting off easy. And I think a lot of people don't realize, as you say, that private consult, and I don't think a lot of people realize their value as well, too, but that these associations, by collecting dues, by collecting, the fees that are associated. People think, oh, this is expensive. It's not. It is one of the most bargain basement deals you can get a lot of the time from belonging to associations and paying your membership fees in a lot of associations. And I don't think people understand what they're getting because they don't take advantage of all that thing has to offer. We've only got a few minutes left. Talk a little bit about the value of your own association, the one that you do so much research for, and talk about why it is an American truck driver who does business in Canada would be well advised to join in Saskatchewan.
Well, so for us, so I'm with the Alberta Motor Transport Association and the University of Saskatchewan, separate institutions. But the AMTA is, trucking association. You're an American truck driver and you're going to be heading into Canada, give us a call. Because if you have a question, if you've never done it, for example, okay, well, do you know what to expect at the border? Do you know how the hours of service rules work? I mean, it used to be if you were legal using the American rules, federal rules, you were always legal in Canada, but that is no longer the case since that relatively recent split sleeper change that allows a 7-3 split in the States is not recognized in Canada. So for the first time functionally, as long as we've had the hours of service rule the last few years, that old long-standing assumption is no longer correct. You want to learn about tire change. British Columbia's got their own rules. We've got speed limiters in different provinces. Like, as complex as it is in the U.S., it's complex up here too, and we can answer those questions quickly. If we don't have the answer, we'll get you in the right direction. There won't be a bill. We just want to help. Now, are there membership opportunities? Absolutely. And depending on what you want out of the association, that might make sense. But this idea of, though, like, okay, well, if you haven't been to Canada before, you haven't been to Alberta, or you do regularly, you're just curious what might have changed, or you heard about a storm or something, we're happy to help. We want to have people informed. We want the expectations adjusted accordingly. That's a major part of what we can do, and that's so really regardless of which country you're from or what you're doing, feel free to operate. And the big one too is just helping American companies who are thinking about going to Canada, thinking about getting into the cross-border business. Give us a call. We will help you, walk you through the regulatory changes, what you have to do on your end. You can make a better business decision that way. It's whatever. We're just here to help. It's not just safety either. It's operations, it's logistics, it's whole supply chain we're getting into. It really is in the spirit of just information sharing for the benefit of the whole industry collectively. And because it's so transient, we can't just look at Alberta as the trucking industry. It's all in North America. We can't, you know what I mean? Like, you have to look at it that way because it's just that transnational.
Yeah, there are no there are no walls, and there is no special computer that clicks on when you cross a border that suddenly changes everything for you. It's all interconnected. Dave, by the way, as you guys know, was a cross-border long-haul flatbed trucker, made the transition into fleet safety management. He does a lot of speaking and a lot of writing regularly on topics related to safety management. His most recent book, ProTech and Proactive, was published by AMTA in 2025 and explores fleet safety management technologies. By the way, he also serves as a reserve soldier in the Canadian Army. He's been doing that since 2013. He maintains that alongside the work and school out of a calling to serve, and because they let him drive some pretty cool trucks. Dave, you're a pretty cool dude. I can't thank you enough for making time on this final Wednesday of Road Gang Radio. You're the best. If you ever just need somebody to tell you you're going to get to the other side of the dissertation, you have our number. Give me a call. I'll talk you off the ledge. Okay?
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, you either got to talk me back from it or tell me to jump over. Either way, depending on where I'm at in the process. But yeah, I appreciate it because it is quite.
And by the way,
I just retired from the reserves too, so I'll have to amend my bio. So I just
congratulations.
Yeah, that's wrapped up that chapter. Yeah, it's a little over 12 years. Retirement purely like symbolic retirement. Don't let that tell you anything about my finances. I still got to work, but I've wrapped that part of my life up. So yeah.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you so much for making time. Boy, this flew by, didn't I? I looked over at the clock, and I'm like, oh, my God, we're done.
It's fun. It's fun. Yeah, can't believe this is work for me some days, It's great.
Thank you, Dave. Have a good one, brother. Talk to you soon.
Bye.
I keep thinking about Steve Martin, by the way, Dre. The most amazing thing is I get paid for doing this. Actually, I haven't been paid in a long time. Just a little bit. But I love this job, and I love you guys. I love the next segment, man. It represents everything right about RadioNemo. Every everything right about Radio Nemo in regards to opportunity, in regards to information, and in regards to you guys, because Tech Talk is the deal.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
It's Wednesday.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
Oh, that is my cue. Hello. As I go to point to Jimmy, I'm going to point at myself because this is Road Gang Radio live from the Fast Sports Studios on this hump day.
Hump day, the final hump day of all of Radio Nemo of North America. Guys, I'm going to turn this over really quickly to my two good friends of mine here. I just want to, on a personal note, say that everything right about Radio Nemo of North America, everything right about Dave Nemo Entertainment, everything right about all of that stuff really is exemplified in Tech Talk with TMC. Robert Braswell has been doing this gig for over 1,000 episodes. We managed to somehow make it to that point. And the information that they have given you has been invaluable. Invaluable, consistent. It gets better every time out. The quality and level of guests that were brought on, the quality and level of the production itself has always been spot on. Even on those days where Robert had conflicts, he would always make a point of trying to arrange it through Claire Marie and anybody else doing the scheduling to somehow make his way on that week. One of the most consistent and exemplary segments that Radio Nemo ever came up with. Robert, good morning. It's good to have you. Welcome to your final show on this particular platform. And I also wanted to say thank you, but I wanted to turn this over to Dave Nemo, who wants to say good morning. Good morning to you, Dave Nemo.
Good morning to you, Jimmy Mack. And all I can say about Robert Braswell and Tech Talk is what you said. Man, Robert, good morning.
Well, good morning, Dave. It's great to be here for this final edition of Tech Talk with TMC. I find it's kind of ironic that we're doing this on Ash Wednesday because I know what I'm giving up for Lent. I'm giving up Tech Talk with TMC for a little while.
Oh, my goodness, yeah. It's a fateful day, that's for sure. I know you and Ben Phillips are going to be talking here in just a little bit, but I just wanted to say hi and thank you so much. And not just you, but everybody who has been part and parcel of Tech Talk since even before Tech Talk was officially christened, you know. We kind of tested the waters a little bit with some great guys in the early couple of months, and it's like it took off. And you guys, the sharing of knowledge, the openness, the camaraderie at TMC, the Technology and Maintenance Council, has just been so not overwhelming, but outstanding to the point that it becomes a little overwhelming when you think about all of these folks who have their own stuff and their own lives, but they get together on a continual basis through the decades, not just the years, but the decades, keeping drivers as safe and technically secure, I guess you might say, as possible. Well, and speaking of tech, that's where you and Ben are going to kind of jump off here. So let me jump off and just say thank you so much again, Robert, and happy Easter coming up because we are now in Lent, as you say.
Thank you so much, Dave. Good to hear from Dave Nemo. Robert, I'm gonna turn this over to you, and we'll talk a little bit at the end of the segment, of course. But thank you for everything, Robert. Enjoy your final conversation. We'll be listening and we'll be here, but take it away, my friend.
Well, thanks, guys, for the kind words. And over the years, over the 21 years we've been doing this segment, we've had hundreds of guests, literally hundreds of guests on the program, and been very happy to share all the information that you've referenced in your kind remarks. The beauty of it is, we have a lot of information at TMC, and we talk mainly to managers and executives, but to reach out to the regular owner operators, truck drivers, company drivers, that was really a great benefit of being associated with Dave Nemo, Dave New Entertainment, et cetera. And just like to thank you from the bottom of our heart for the opportunity to share this information that so many volunteers have really spent a great deal of their lives putting together and getting out there to the folks that really need it best. So thank you very much. We appreciate it. And now with that out of the way, today we are going to be talking about technician development and recruitment, how things are improving when it comes to securing the next generation of commercial vehicle techs, and what challenges remain. And joining us on the program today is Benjamin Phillips, who's Director of Maintenance and IT for Yarborough Transfer. Benjamin is an active member of the Technology and Maintenance Council, where he chairs our Technician and Educator Committee. We're very pleased he can join us today for this last edition of Tech Talk with TMC. But as always, before we get started, each week we have a special offer to make to our listeners, and this week it's our Preventive Maintenance Inspection Manual for technicians. It is a definitive guide if you want to know how to conduct a PMI, whether you do it yourself or you have it done. We're offering it for the special price of just $25 plus shipping and handling. You can order by calling our customer service line toll-free at 1-866-821-3468. Mention RadioNemo and you can get it for that special price. And what's more, if you are an owner operator or a small fleet, if you've got 100 or fewer power units, you can join the Technology and Maintenance Council for the discounted annual dues of just $150. You do that, you'll get our 2-volume recommended practices manual, many other great benefits. So please do call this same toll-free number if you're interested in signing up. You can also get to us on the web at tmc@trucking.org. Just send us an email and we'll be happy to follow up with you. And as always, we remind our listeners that any TMC recommended practices we discuss reflect the consensus of our members. We offer them as recommendations only, and everyone must first determine for themselves if they are safe and appropriate for their operation. Please remember that TMC doesn't endorse any product, person, or service, and the opinions expressed in the show are those of the individual and not necessarily the opinion of his or her company, nor TMC unless stated otherwise. And with all that out of the way, please welcome to the show Benjamin Phillips. Good morning, Benjamin.
Good morning, Robert. Thank you for having me. It's an honor to be on the show.
So Benjamin, you're the chairman of the Technician and Educator Committee. That's one of our groups at TMC that tries to improve the lot of technicians, not only in terms of their training, the amount of information that we develop, the kind of information we develop, but also in the development and matriculation of technicians. And as I'm sure everybody in the industry knows, that's been one of the big challenges over the last 10, 15 years is finding technicians to repopulate the growing tsunami, as we call it, of folks who are leaving our industry. Would you say that this is an issue that's getting better, staying the same, getting worse? What would be your take on it?
I would say in recent times we are probably kind of in the middle there. I think we're doing a better job at figuring out what we need to do. We're really starting to think outside the box. We're figuring out that it doesn't start at putting out the job posting. Now we're really understanding that we have to get in front of kids sooner and sooner. We're talking high school, middle school, to even enlighten them on some defined career paths in our industry to get them even think in our direction. And then once we get them there, steering them towards the programs, different diesel programs and community colleges have programs that can give them the training and education they need to get to our industry to even make it to that application point.
So talking to friends that we have, mutual friends that we have, for example, the ASC Education Foundation, George Ahrens, Bob Cornwell, Brian Lewis, and others, also maybe the Tech Force Foundation, other groups that deal with these issues, we sort of hear the same message that there is a growing number of people that are interested in entering the pipeline to become a commercial vehicle technician. Often what happens is They are not able to go into a diesel program, even though they might want to, because it's just not offered in the geographic area where they reside. So what they do is they end up coming in from, let's say, a 4-H club, a high school program, a VOTEC program, maybe going into an automotive program through high school VOTEC or maybe a community college. But what they really want to do is work on trucks. So I think there's one of the big parts of the problem is the places you can go to learn that craft have diminished over the years. And I'd say that's a pretty big impediment, wouldn't you?
It is certainly a shortfall. We really need to boost kind of that sector of our industry because there aren't very many, recognized programs. Community colleges have started doing a little better job of putting some diesel programs, but it is far easier to find an automotive or a secondary program versus a diesel program, a true diesel program.
So it's not so much that we have a shortage of folks in the pipeline. And I think I've seen statistics about something like 10, 11,000 students at one given time in the pipeline to be some sort of a technician. I think the challenge perhaps is getting somebody who is qualified when they matriculate out of that program to be ready to do the job that's expected at the fleet level. Because again, in our industry, so many of the jobs are at the fleet level. Fleets take care of about 75-80% of their own maintenance. The rest of it is done with service dealer networks and so forth. Is there a disconnect between the student that graduates, let's say even from a good quality program, and what you have expecting of, or what you're expecting of them when they come onto the job site?
Yeah, in some cases there are, and it's kind of a multifaceted problem. In some cases, it's on the technician side. They're looking to jump right into repairs that they may not be qualified or able to do until later in their career. Doing full engine teardowns, and they're kind of missing the entry level skills that they really need, which is anything as simple as learning how to do a proper service on a truck, and just a lot of those entry level jobs they're kind of flashing through and not really spending enough quality time on. So they get into a fleet situation and find out, well, I'm not going to start by rebuilding engines. I'm going to start in the oil bay, and then they're all of a sudden finding their own shortcomings of, well, I don't remember what we had here. Or the other piece of that too is I have found that, being involved in your local program, like for us locally, it's a community college that has a diesel program. I'm on the advisory board, and we have found it very important in an easy way to discuss those specific kind of things with, the instructors there of what do we need, from your techs coming out of school, what are we looking for? What do we need you focusing on? What are the classes and training methods that you need to have in place to have a fleet ready or a graduate ready student ready to come in and do the work he's going to be doing.
And that's a great point. If you're a fleet or you're a service provider and you're not working with your local VOTEC school or community college to get the kind of changes in the curriculum that you need for the people that are working for your operation, that's a shame on you, because there are so many opportunities to join advisory boards to do that sort of a thing. A lot of these different schools are looking for folks to give them that kind of input. So there's no reason why you don't have a voice for that purpose. And it's very progressive of you guys to do that. You're spot on in doing that. The technical side is one thing, but what we hear from our members often is that there is a shortage in soft skills for some of the students coming out of school into the workforce. Are you seeing that in your experience?
Yeah, they lack something as simple as people skills or data entry, or being able to write a proper cause complaint correction, or there is definitely a disconnect in the soft skills for sure. And and some of that is generational. We communicate differently now than we probably did in our day. So, but it definitely shows.
So that's part of the challenge. And I think one of the ways that you can overcome that, I think some fleets are doing this very successfully, service providers, is they have an established mentor-mentee program. They'll take some of the new folks coming into the company under their wing and try to coach them up, as it were. Have you had some experience in that area?
Yeah, and I think that's really become more and more of not just a vital role, but a necessity. for you to for each individual company, really, because every fleet's different. We're all running trucks and trailers, but everybody does the things a little bit differently. Everybody has a little slightly different spec or whatever. So it's really important for you to, when you're bringing new techs in, especially, to have a program in place to acclimate them to your environment, to your equipment, to your line of business, and have, with that mentor program, you're really taking your experience that you already have on the floor and allowing them to share and pass that down and make it an easier transition for your newer techs, because they have been there, done that, so to speak. So they have the ability to ease that transition for those newer techs coming in and can kind of help guide them in the right path of, hey, this is what you need to work on. This is how you handle this. Here's what your future path is going to look like and how to get there. But mentor programs are huge.
You're listening to Tech Talk with TMC. We have Benjamin Phillips with us, Director of Maintenance and IT for Yarborough Transfer. We're talking about technician recruitment and development, how things are improving, maybe how things are not improving. One of the things that we did at TMC recently under your tutelage was do a survey on technician onboarding. And we found that the first 2 years is so critical to determine whether or not these new recruits, new hires are going to stick into our industry. And it seems like nearly 9 out of 10 companies reported retention rates of about half for new hires after 1.5 years on the job. It's even slightly more favorable at the 6-month mark. But the point is that a lot of technicians get into the industry. They have a great deal of enthusiasm, but within a year and a half, they change their mind. What do you think are some of the factors there that are causing that?
Well, I think there's a few factors. Some of it's environment. It's not what they expected or not what they envisioned. Truck shops, the kind of equipment and the actual work they're going to be doing is probably attributes to some of that. I believe part of that is the other side of the environment, the people side of the environment. We have to learn to do a better job at things like the mentor program and acclimating them to our company culture, and really embracing them, and constant communication, guidance, because a lot of times what will happen is a tech will come in and he gets dropped in the dark. Essentially, he's come in and he says, "Well, here's where your bay is. Here's your first work order. Good luck." And they can't thrive in that situation. They're destined for failure. So they're looking for. They're in search of what they need, and they will just keep bouncing until they think they find it.
One of the challenges, of course, is the cost of tools, because technicians bring their personal tools to the job site, except for the very, very sophisticated tools you might need in diagnostics. Is that an impediment, do you think, to new technicians? And are there programs out there that kind of help them guide through that?
I think it is. Anybody who's been in any part of the technician side of this knows tools are expensive. You've been in plenty of shops where you've seen massive tool collections that are worth thousands and thousands of dollars. But even on the entry level, for them to get just the basic set of tools they need, I mean, you could be anywhere from the range of $3,000 to $5,000 just right off the bat, just to get the basic stuff you need, not even including any specialty tools. There are several companies, and even in some cases, some schools who have really, I talked about thinking outside the box, really thinking outside the box. They're offering, I've seen companies offering, hey, if you'll sign on with us and do a minimum of X number of time, we will buy your entry-level set of tools. And it's helping them in two ways. One, it's helping remove the barrier for the technician. He's not going to have to stress and worry about, how am I going to come up with all this money up front? And two, it's an excellent recruitment tool. I mean, if that's something that you have the ability to do, man, what kind of a powerful recruitment tool is that for you? Not only am I going to bring you on, but I'm going to really help you get started. So that it is definitely a barrier that people are starting to try to figure out ways, whether it's a tool reimbursement program through their payroll, but they're starting to think of ways to help supplement that for sure.
Sometimes the issue, I think, are intangible issues. For example, culture. In the survey that we conducted, we found that slightly fewer than half of the companies that responded provide new hires what we call a welcome kit that would consist of policies and procedures of what's expected of them, what the relationship is between the manager and the employee, and just something as simple as, hey, we're glad to have you here. We really need you. And I think that goes a long way too, is having a positive culture in welcoming the new technicians. The onboarding process is so critical, I think, in that area.
Yeah, a lot of fleets that doesn't exist in. It goes back to my earlier example of the technician coming on board and here's your bay, here's your work order, good luck. And that's not working.
And I think a lot of that has to do with culture. I think we're both in the same kind of a generation where if you got 2 or 3 positive reinforcers a month, you're doing good, right? But the newer generations, they thrive on 100 of these a minute, and that's not necessarily a good or a bad thing. It's just different. I guess it's part of it being raised on video games, where that's the experience
they like a lot of
everything
instant
you do.
feedback.
They a lot of instant feedback. Exactly. So some of that is communication, some of that's culture, some of that's economic. But it seems like it's critical for those first 2 years. Whatever you do as a new hire, that's going to make a big difference in how you look at the craft of being a commercial vehicle technician. So on both sides of the aisle, both the hire and the employer, I think there needs to be a good understanding up front as to what everybody's getting into and what the opportunities are. That's another thing too. There are opportunities to move up the ladder, as it were, into other occupations besides just being a commercial vehicle technician. Some folks just like to do that for their entire career, and that's great. But if you want to do something different as you mature into that craft, there's opportunities for shop supervisor, for management, even fleet management, right? Wouldn't you say that there's kind of opportunities starting off on the shop floor?
Yeah, absolutely. A defined career path, or at least a defined career path option, is something that's become more and more important that I see in technicians. They're looking for, where do I go from here? Here's where I start. Here's my base. What are my options to move up? And to me, it's another piece going all the way back to recruiting technicians into our industry. Just recruiting people into our industry in general. They need to understand, and hopefully we do a better job of portraying that, hey, we're not just truck drivers and shop mechanics. There's everything here. There's accounting here. There's operations here. There's management here. There are defined career path options in the trucking industry beyond just the shop floor and the driver's seat. So the more you can show them that, they can feel comfortable that, I don't just have a job here. I have a career here.
There's a lot of talk nowadays about artificial intelligence, AI, and the potential for AI to take away jobs in not only the white collar, so-called, but the blue collar sectors. This is one of the jobs that I think is almost AI proof. And so for folks looking for a technically oriented job, and if you like computers and such like that, there's a lot of that in this industry to work to, and not like, say, with programming, which AI may be taking those jobs away in some ways, because they learn, well, we don't have robots that can fix trucks yet, probably won't be there for a long while. So the secret is, these are jobs that are available. We have many vacancies, and there's a great opportunity for folks who are tactile learners to get into an occupation that will feed that desire. But you've got to be able to have the training for that. And the Technician Educator Committee does have opportunities for scholarships with a number of different schools that often aren't even applied for. And that's kind of a sad thing, isn't it?
It is. It really is. Yeah, we have a number of great scholarships, and it's as TMC members, it's like an honor for us to be able to partner with these schools. This year we have 15 scholarships that we get to help award, and we were talking about removing barriers. Well, in some cases, just the cost of getting the school is a barrier. So here is a amazing opportunity for us to remove a barrier for some students to help them get into our industry. If you don't mind, I'll go through a couple real quick. The University of Northwest Ohio, or UNO, we have a $20,000 scholarship this year to be able to award. The Western Technical College, we have 6 scholarships that we're going to be able to award this year, 2 50% tuition scholarships and 4 25% tuition scholarships. WyoTech is offering 4 partial scholarships in the amount of $5,000 each. And then we also have Lincoln Tech. We're going to have 4 half scholarships to one of their 6 campuses across the country. So there's 15 amazing opportunities for us to remove barriers for students. And we just, as TMC members, need to do the groundwork to find these students, get this money in front of them, and get them steered in to our industry.
And folks interested in any of the scholarships can find them pretty easily at our public-facing website. That's tmc.trucking.org/scholarships, or just go to tmc.trucking.org, click the button About Us. You'll see a link for scholarships right there. There's links to download the applications. Apply by April 15th. We'll be doing the selections by May 15th. And again, these are full and or partial scholarships for as much as you said, $20,000. That's a big lift for someone who's looking to get into this industry. And these are great schools. They all have great programs. The folks that are involved in the Technology and Maintenance Council and the TEC. And so you know that the education you're going to get is a quality one. And you'll match up very well when it comes time to move on from your school phase to the work phase. And we really encourage you. If you don't even know anybody at TMC, that's okay. We'll find you a sponsoring person to help you with the application. So don't let that be an impediment. And if you have any questions about the program at all, feel free to email us or call us at the Technology and Maintenance Council. We look for folks to want to take advantage of these scholarships. There's nothing that pains us more than having a scholarship used. Any final thoughts about the technician situation, the scholarships that are available? Any words of encouragement for folks out there who may have a son or a daughter that is a tactile learner, but maybe is sort of discouraged from pursuing that kind of a career path? Because it sure is the situation in most cases, isn't it? Particularly at the school or the guidance counselor level, right?
Yeah, it is. I would say from a TMC member or a fleet member side, it behooves us to continue our industry. And by doing that, we need to get involved, whether it's involved with your state trucking association, your local diesel program, be on an advisory board, get involved. And help think outside the box to get to those students and get us in front of the right people. On the student side, understand that there is an absolute career here. It's not just a job. It is a skilled career with options, and it is provided for thousands of families across its history. So don't overlook it. It's a great option.
I think there is a renaissance in career thought these days, particularly among parents and students themselves, kind of bypassing the traditional advice that they get through the school system, that these are good jobs. These are good career choices. It's not like it was even 5-10 years ago. I think all the trades, I think there is a resurgence and respect for those sorts of jobs and a recognition that these jobs aren't going anywhere. They're here domestically and they're not going to be taken over by AI. So, you could be making a 6-figure salary without 4 years of education. Now, that's not to diminish education, but maybe a year or 2 of education, and you can enter the workforce and have a good start at a very productive and rewarding career. I think that's a great message to get out there, and the more we can share that, the better everybody's going to be. And that's what it takes to make sure that the goods get to where they need to go. Because if the trucks aren't able to run, the drivers can't drive them. And I think that's
right. I agree completely.
That's sort of the Rodney Dangerfield moment in trucking. And we talk about drivers and they're very important and we appreciate it, but technicians have to be right there, right behind them with a crescent wrench and a computer to make sure that they are up and running and available for service. Benjamin, thank you so much. I appreciate you being our last guest here on Tech Talk with TMC under RadioNemo. I think it was a great conversation. Hopefully we'll have, stimulated some thought in the folks and maybe get some people interested in applying for one of these scholarships. And with that, we'll turn it back over. And thank you very much. And with that, we'll turn it back over to Jimmy Mack there in the studios in New Orleans.
I got to tell you, Robert, the idea of making the last Tech Talk so forward-thinking is just kind of perfect. And there is a whole other conversation about helping people distinguish between a job and a career. I think there really is a future in this if people are looking for genuine, careers that involve continuing education and always getting better. If only we can figure out a way to get these people started and in the pipeline. Dude, I appreciate you so much. I can't tell you how much you mean to us and how much you've meant to us and our listeners. And thank you from the bottom of our heart. Wherever we go next, we will take you with us and hopefully get a chance to talk again someplace down the line. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And again, maybe I'll just have to bow to the show during Lent, and we'll be back after the Lenten season's over. But we'll see how the future goes. Either way, it's been a great ride working with you, Jimmy Mack, Dave Nemo, and everybody there at Radio Nemo and the Road Gang. So thanks again, and thank you very much for the opportunity to bring this information to all your listeners.
Thank you, sir. Robert Braswell, of course, Tech Talk with TMC. And I'll tell you this, Dre. Have you ever seen a segment that every week just got better? Every single week just got better. We have a segment, by the way, The Last Education Station, for now. We'll see where the road takes us. We're going to be right back on the other side. I got some thoughts I want to share with you guys about what Robert talked about, and then we'll bring in our next guest. Really looking forward to jumping in and having this conversation. Gus Rahim.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/Radio Nemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Ooh, that music means one thing, and that means that we're back on Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, live from the house of Fastport.
Big thanks to our friends from Fastport, by the way. I can't tell you what they have meant to us. In many ways, Fastport kind of held the line for us. I've talked about the term enshittification over the course of the last couple of weeks. And one of the things I can ask you all to do, those of you who are listening out there on iHeart and YouTube, and any place else where you happen to be capturing and catching this, by the way, maybe on a later podcast or broadcast, let me just kind of make this really clear. There's some people already out there claiming that they alone are showing people the way forward. Remember that every single model you're listening to out there was invented by Dave Nemo and his daughter, and Lindsay and myself, and Dave in particular. The model of radio that actually keeps you informed and keeps it all going and kind of listens to all points of view and has the tough conversations is this one. I'm not asking you to take anybody on or go after anybody out there. That's not what we want to do around here. What we do want to do is if anybody claims anything that you know is not true, I'm asking a favor. Go get them. Go get them House of Fire. Call them out. Pull them through. And just like that great episode of South Park, Simpsons did it. You've seen that one, Dre? Simpsons did it. I really want you guys to call people out anytime you see anybody taking credit for things they didn't come up with. It tends to be an ugly thing in this industry. So much of what you guys have now kind of set the gold standard for in regards to radio. Dave Nemo and his daughter, Claire Marie, got together many years ago and sat down and created a new way of kind of creating news for trucking information on the radio. And they deserve all the credit in the world for that model. It made it very easy for me to step in and do tweaks and figure out stuff. Coming up with a segment like Education Station was very easy because the platform and the delivery system by which Dave dreamed it up made that possible. Education Station would not exist were it not for the platform and the house that Nemo built. With that in mind, let's get to the final edition of Education Station here on Radio Nemo of North America. Gus Rahim, by the way, the president of the Ontario Truck Driving School in London, Ontario, sent me an article, by the way. You can find them, by the way, at otds.com. He sent me a wonderful article, and I'm just going to, rather than kind of unpack the article because he's the one that sent it, I'm going to say something that he in the article that was sent to me that I think is so kind of profound in its simplicity to remember, that being a truck driver is one of the few places where people who work for a living spend the majority of their time with the public, share their workspace with the public, and not while the public is actually coming to them for service. I don't mean like going into a restaurant where it's a public location. I mean like you are doing your job in the public sector. You are exposed to people who are driving their kids to Little League, who are heading home from work, who are going to visit grandma, who are on their way to celebrate their 50th wedding anniversary, who are simply just going to and fro their lives, and you have to do your job, and that is a monumental responsibility when it comes to safety and crossing your T's and dotting your I's, and I think it's one hell of a place to start. It's good to have you, Gus. Welcome to Road Gang Radio's final edition of Education Station.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Good morning.
Good to have you. So let's kind of dig into this here, because the article that you sent me is really powerful. Driver's license suspensions are a positive step in tackling truck safety crisis in Ontario. So unpack the safety crisis, and then let's talk about how education and getting stuff right, really getting stuff right on the education side of things, can improve safety outcomes in trucking over in Ontario, and I think in many ways across the country and across this country as well, all across North America.
Yes, so the Ministry of Education came up with mandatory training for entry-level drivers, for commercial drivers for tractor-trailer, AZ, and they call it Class 1 drivers in other provinces. So this mandatory training is a minimum of 104 hours of training, and it's broken up between driving, classroom, and some yard training as well. So it was the first province in Canada that came up with it in 2017. It was the the province of Ontario came up with it. And it was hailed as an excellent program. At least we have some mandatory training for anyone that wants to become a commercial driver. So this was done well, and it's a first good step. And then what happened is some of the schools that were getting approved to put on the same training, they were in it for the wrong reason, unfortunately. They were trying to see how they can cut corners, how cheap they can do it, and now we find out how they were doing it, because we've been in business, like I've been at this since 1982. So we've seen a lot of companies come and go, training companies, and it looks like these ones are not going to last too long either. But unfortunately, they're in it for a quick dollar, and that's with the CBC going in there doing investigation. They found out that they're not giving them the hours, the mandatory hours. They're cutting them loose before the program is completed. Now we find out that the only way they can pass the road test is they're bribing the examiners. It was like it was frustrating for our end, on our end, to find out, like, how can you do it for that kind of how cheap you can do it? Because if anybody can do it cheaper, it would be us. We've got most of our equipment paid for, our facilities paid for, and obviously we have to follow the rules, so we can't do it any cheaper than what we're doing right now. Now we find out that they're bribing the examiners, and these people are not ready for the road, but they are given a driver's license. And this is how this is all unfolding. And I commend the Minister of Transportation. They're pulling the licenses back. They're revoking the Class A driver's license from these people and making them go back. They're suspending them for 90 days. And they're making them go back for another road test. And I'm assuming a lot of them will pass the road test because they're going to have to do a real road test. So it's a shame. It's a shame what's going on out there.
I want to talk about the way to kind of often talk about what is going wrong is to talk about how to do it right. And, you've established your bona fides. You've been doing this since '82 over at OTDS.com, by the way, guys. You can find out about this remarkable program over there. So, we talk about what's wrong, and it seems like a toxic combination of a lack of oversight and then coupled with genuine bona fide corruption has kind of led us to this place here. But let's talk about how you do things right. The idea that, one of the things that should never happen in an educational system, particularly when it involves public safety, is a bidding war for who can actually deliver goods and services cheaper. Education, by the way, is not a synonym for business, and too many people are looking at it that way, and that's what's caused the problem. But I thought I'd give you a chance instead to tell us how you do things right with the when I say the minimum, I mean good enough, because I've always found that too many people aim for good enough, and when they miss, they don't get there. You guys aim for much better than that. Tell us how to actually properly run a training program.
Basically, we have to follow the rules. The course that they put together, it is a half decent program, and it's called entry-level training. It's not called you're going to be a professional driver from day one. Companies have also responsibility to take on the driver has been trained properly, and then give them onboarding, give them some more on-the-job training, and some mentoring before they put them by themselves. Good companies do that, by the way. They would take somebody who just graduated, they put them on with another driver between 2 to 3 weeks, 4 weeks, depending how long the driver needs to be with another driver. And only at that time, when the other trainer or the mentor decides this driver is doing good on their own, and then they let them loose on their own. Unfortunately, with what we're seeing in here, that's not happening, and they keep pushing people through, and then they put them on the road on their own, and you're starting to see that this year was a good example with all the weather that we had, and you see a lot of accidents, unfortunately. These people are not ready for the road when they put them on the road. And now we find out how they got that way, because they weren't tested properly. So I think the best way for people to, if they want to get into this career, is to check out the school that they're going to. Call some of the employers, ask some of the employers, this is the career you want to get into, what school, or even mention the school you want to go to, and get their feedback, because they're the ones going to have to offer you a job at the end. And if they're not willing to hire from certain schools, then you better stay away from that school. It doesn't matter how cheap it is. Which one is cheaper is to save on the course or lose a job over it. So this is my recommendation to anyone that wants to get into it. The other thing, what frustrates us, every time we opened up, we have 9 branches in Ontario ourselves. Every time we opened up a branch, we had to prove to the Ministry of Education why that branch is needed for that location. London, Ontario, gained 10 schools at once. I don't think we needed. We had 3 good schools running in Ontario. We didn't need 10 more schools to do the job. And this is what's happening in the industry. Everyone's competing against each other, and they would try to cut corners in every way they can, and unfortunately, they can't even fix the truck after it breaks. They're just in it for a quick buck, and they want to be as rich as possible, as quick as possible. And unfortunately, it doesn't work that way.
Gus, let me ask you something. Do the carriers have an obligation? Carriers, small business owners, truck companies have an obligation to maybe be more forward-facing on this issue, to say, look, we are not going to, we know where the good drivers are produced. We know who our good partners are, and we're not just looking for meat in the seat. If you get your CDL from these particular locations, you're really courting a disaster here. Is there any way to kind of facilitate that to any degree, to have any of the trucking associations or these larger carriers or companies that are hiring a lot of drivers saying, look, let me be really clear about this, guys, and to somehow get the word out to people that if you go to these institutions, maybe you get the CDL, maybe you don't, but what you won't get is a job because you don't have the imprimatur of quality programs like your own.
Absolutely, and we keep pushing for it every time we're speaking to carriers. If there's a way, they have to watch also what they put on their website or on their information page, because they can also get sued as well. But if you call them looking for a job, the first thing now they're doing is they're asking is, what school did you go to? And unfortunately, these people find out after they graduate from those schools, not before. And they feed them everything they want to hear. And when they finish, they start looking for work. They start to realize, well, the company is not going to hire them because of the training that they've got at that school. So they're trying, and the carriers are suffering themselves because these people that are graduating from those fly-by-night schools, whatever you want to call them, they're also working with certain carriers that they're not what you call a good carrier. And now you're squeezing also the good carriers out as well. So it's a mess out there.
Yeah, and the other thing is too is the fact that I am. It feels like I said, so many people are always so wary of government intervention, but this just feels like the kind of place where the government intervention is necessary. The problem is that the people that were supposed to be doing some of the oversight were getting bribed. Now, and I don't know all the ins and outs of this. Is there a way of increasing the oversight here? Like it always feels like the government passes these programs and says, okay, this is the minimum you're going to need, and then doesn't do any follow-up work, as if somehow waving a magic wand and getting people to vote on something and it's written on a piece of paper is somehow a guarantor. How do we beef up the verification system? How do we beef up a sense of getting on top of these guys? What do you feel like is the biggest necessary step? And I know you feel like what's happening right now is long overdue, but what do we do to make sure this goes on and actually that we're on top of this all the time, as opposed to when it becomes a crisis like it has now?
I think they should go back to what they were doing before. If you're applying to open up a truck training school, you have to prove to them that this school is needed for that area. And if it's true, then go ahead and register them and monitor that school for the first year and a half, or just to see if they're doing it properly. I always tell the regulators, just look at what they're charging for their course. If you think it's too low, just send someone over to do a quick audit, because most people know trucks don't run on water. They're very, very expensive to run. And trucks have doubled in price in the last 10 years. So when you see someone offering a course at a very, very low price, there's something wrong. There has to be something wrong. When they put three students in a truck, and for 3 hours, and they charge everyone 3 hours, that's 9 hours they're charging the students for versus 3 hours. This is where the hours are going. They're not being trained properly. And this is how they're able to make it lower. So it's very easy for someone to go in, and the CBC did the report on there, and even the instructor says, oh, you don't need these hours, you don't need those hours. We do all the training here. And I say, are you sure? Like we don't have to do all the hours? Oh, no, you don't need to. And they were able to catch him very quickly. So I think stuff like that, and I commend the Ministry of Transportation, also the province. They're all trying, and unfortunately, every time they close a school, 10 pop up, and that's not. It shouldn't be that way. There has to be some controls somewhere. So I'm hoping that they can do something like that, and then hopefully they can get a handle on it.
Yeah, the only reason anybody should be cheaper than everybody else is if some other company is subsidizing them. I mean, if there's a trucking company that's actually genuinely being like, yeah, we're going to pay for this. We want to pay for some of these students because we want to onboard these people in a way that allows them to have this develop. But that's still That's the other thing too. That's a subsidization. That is not the actual cost. People don't understand that. Just because the student isn't paying a lot of money doesn't mean somebody isn't paying a lot of money. And that's really what it kind of comes down to. You're not just looking at what the students are paying, you're looking at the overall budget of what the institution is spending to create the driver. So that even if you have people who are getting able to have a cheaper price because they're involved with a carrier, somebody's still paying for that, right? That's really what it kind of comes down to. There's a minimum amount of money, even when you've done stuff like you guys have, where the equipment is all paid for and your bona fides are so established. Like I said, since '82, guys. At that point, you're able to kind of control costs because you've got relationships worked out and all that kind of stuff. But even then, there is almost like a minimum that you have to spend in order to. Somebody's got to spend it. If I'm making sense, whether it's the student or a subsidy or a government grant, but somebody's got to spend that money. And what you're saying these guys are doing is they are charging money for nothing. And I mean people are getting almost practically nothing out of this other than ways to cheat on the test as well too, right?
Absolutely. That's basically the way it is. And even one of the students that came in, he came to me and he says, "Are you guys going to give me the test and the answers with it?" And I'm thinking, "Excuse me, what do you mean by that?" He goes, "All the other school was going to give me the tests and the answers." I said, "So what are you going to school for?" So luckily for him, he came to us. He ended up coming to us. He really thanked me, and he's out driving, and he's doing well. But this is the type of stuff that's going on. That it tells me that these people don't even care what this person's going to be like when they're out on the road by themselves driving this tractor trailer on the road. It's sad, and I'm getting too old for this. I just don't know how much I can put up with it. Well, there's just so much going on in the industry. It's unbelievable.
Well, Gus, the other problem is too is the fact, and the article makes the point you've alluded to it, the idea that, we're working in the public sector. We're working in a place where, like I said, there are people driving their daughters to soccer practice. There are people who are making their way to a surprise party for their 50th wedding anniversary. There are human beings out there on the road. But equally upsetting is, you tell the story about the man who comes to you and says, "You're going to give me the answers," and then he thanks you later, because there are people who really want to do a good job, who really want a career. They want to learn something. They want to have value. They want to have purpose. And in many ways, what they're doing in this situation is that they are taking purpose away from people, and they are essentially making the people, some of whom are just desperate to work, just want a job with some dignity, and don't understand that what they're getting isn't even close to what they need to get to begin to do the job properly. Is that many of the men and women who go through these second-rate programs are equally victims. They're not hustlers. They're not rubes. They're just people looking for an opportunity to be a part of the great North American economy supply chain. And they're being deprived of that as well. It's a sin that's being committed against people as well as a crime, right?
Absolutely. I mean, I understand it's not, these people don't know anything about the industry. They're coming in, they're new, they're expecting to get information from people in the industry. And then when they turn around and just take advantage of them, and then at the end, these people are not going to be successful. Trucking, a lot of people have a lot of pride in trucking, and when they're out on the road, they really take it seriously. They really love their jobs, but when you start hearing stories like that, it really it's frustrating. It's not good for the industry. The carriers are running into the same problem, and they're getting frustrated as well.
It actually, I'll be honest with you, at a certain level, even though we're talking about trucking and a tough industry full of tough people, it really hurts my heart, to be honest with you, because I think about those people who, they work on maybe they work as a fry cook in a fast food chain, maybe they're cleaning people's toilets, and they see this opportunity to kind of make something of themselves. And they've got their hopes and their dreams all rolled up in this. And the first person they encounter, the first person who introduces them to the trucking industry is a grifter looking to simply take their money, teach them nothing, and then send them into a situation where they end up the villain or in the middle of some tragedy that wasn't of their own making. I wanted to kind of pivot to something really positive, by the way, because you have been doing this since '82, and you have been crossing your T's and dotting your I's for a long time. I was kind of curious, I always ask this of every single person that comes on, Gus, and I just wanted to know from your own standpoint, what makes a great trainer? When you're looking to onboard people to teach the next generation of truck drivers, I mean, you can talk about your own self here too, but what do you look for when you're looking for somebody to make sure that the people I just mentioned who walk in with their hopes and dreams find somebody who says, welcome, let's get you as safe as we possibly can before we hand you off to the next stage in your journey?
I think, like I mentioned before, I think these people, they need to investigate the school before they start going and registering for that course. Check with some of the employers around and see what they say about going to that school. A lot of them will tell you, like if you actually call one of the carriers and ask which school should they go to, they'll tell them, but they're not going to advertise it. That's the issue out there. But a lot of people don't know how to do this. And there are good schools out there. Unfortunately, not that many anymore, but a lot of the good schools are some, like even Humber College closed because they couldn't afford to run the course. They had so many of these regimes in there. They're trying to cut the prices so much, and a lot of people, they were going that way. So even a college that had some funding from the government to run the program couldn't afford to run it. So I would say talk to a few schools, look at the reviews, talk to the employers that you're going to apply for when you get your license, and get their feedback before you do it. And it's not always about a price. It's about the program that you're taking, and is it recognized with some of the employers, and that's what you should look for. It's a lot more important than the money you're going to save on the course itself, because we deal mostly with the top 500 companies, and when they send people over for training, then they don't ask the price. They send them over because they know they're going to be trained properly, and when they get them back, there should be a certain level when they take them and put them in their mentoring program. So this is why they know the cost it's a costly course, and they run trucks and they know that. So it's not all about the price.
Yeah, and the other thing is too is do the math. I always tell people, if you think it costs a lot, look at the programs that actually do the job right, take their cost, and then put it up against the cost of how quickly you will pay back that cost by the quality of job you get from getting a quality education in trucking. That you may think, I paid a little bit more here, but the job I got to start off with was better, and more importantly, I kept it because I was given the proper skill set to actually be able to take the next step once I joined the next company. Gus Rahim joins us this morning. Thrilled to have him on the last edition of Education Station. I want people to head on over to otds.com and see what it looks like when you've been doing this since 1982. I know you're sick of all of it and ready to kind of, call it a day sometimes, but I wanted to ask you what you do for fun. What do you do for fun, Gus, when you're not doing trucking, although I know you live and breathe it?
Well, we have... I have a family. I have grandchildren, so we try to spend as much time as possible with them. Life is too short, so that's something that I look forward when we're not working at the business.
By the way, just to let you know, my mother and father, they're still alive. They're in their 80s. They got in a car this morning with my sister. They're all driving to Oklahoma to visit my nephew, who is now gone through all of his basic training and is ready to take the next step in his life as well. So they're looking forward to that. Make sure you find some time to take care of the people that you love. And I'd tell you you're welcome back, but we're going to be sunsetting this platform pretty soon. I could not have asked for a better voice for the industry all across North America and for what actual good old-fashioned training means than Gus Rahim. Thank you so much, sir. Thanks for making the time for us today.
Thank you so much for having me.
You got it. This has been the Final Education Station on RadioNemo of North America's platform. Big thanks to Gus, by the way. Just good folks. You know what I'm saying, Dre? Decent, measured response to some stuff going on out there right now. As Showtime was saying, so many people don't know. The next great point of reform in this industry is going to come from education. It is Ash Wednesday, by the way, and the party continues. Well, not the Mardi Gras party, but our good friend Matthew Holbert's going to be coming up here in a second. We're going to go beyond the Bushwhackers, the final edition of that. Hopefully not the last time we talk to Matthew on one platform or another. You want to give him a call? Do so.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Pretty terrific music to bring in our next guest as Road Gang Radio hits its last hump day. Hump day!
Hump day!
Phone Master Dre, Jimmy Mack over here at the Degas House at the Fastport Studios, right smack dab in the middle of the action of the city of New Orleans, just blocks away from where trucking radio got its start. And by the way, not trucking radio. That's not a fair assessment. It was a show for truckers. It's not the same as trucking radio, as Dave pointed out on Monday, I thought very wisely. And maybe if we come back in some form or fashion, we will continue to move in that direction. There's plenty of people to talk about the freight and the rates and all that groovy stuff, although I always have a big place in my heart for Dean Croak, and we'll get him on any show where I am a part of. I sometimes feel like, there are shows out there, entertainment-wise, that are geared toward certain demographics. There are a few that are geared towards you. Oh, there are a lot of shows that are meant to make you angry, and a lot of shows that are meant to kind of air your grievances, and a lot of shows that are meant to give you sometimes information that you need. I don't think a lot of shows are kind of aimed at the people who actually drive trucks for a living and figure out what it is that keeps you entertained and keeps the fun kind of rolling as it does for so many people out there who have been in our chat, who we are all so grateful for, whether we're talking about Zach or Bruce Almighty or Trucker Bosun or Tim. Hey, Tim, good to see you. Joe J, all of the folks, Forrest, good to see you as well, too. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio, and welcome back for a final time on this platform, our good friend Matthew Holbert, who has been with us for quite some time now. It's longer than I thought it was. I went back and looked at when all this kind of got started, Matthew, and realized we've been doing this for quite some time. The Elliott Associate Professor of History at Hampden-Sydney College and series editor of American Wars and Popular Culture at LSU Press joins us again for another edition of Beyond the Bushwhackers as we move beyond the bushwhackers of the Civil War and transform the world into one of the Old West. Hey, brother, how you doing?
I'm doing well, man. How are you?
I'm actually in really good spirits. I could have asked for a better Mardi Gras, but the world got a little chaotic yesterday, and so we had to kind of improvise, adapt, and overcome. But here on Ash Wednesday, couldn't think of a better week to end it all. As Robert Braswell said during during Tech Talk, he put so well. He said, "I'm sorry to say that I'm giving up RadioNemo for Lent, and that's going to be a permanent condition. I'm okay. I'm okay. What are you working on? What are you doing these days? What's happening in your world?"
Oh man, well, it probably bears mentioning that yesterday we lost the original Lucky Ned Pepper, which had me sort of thinking of our classic West. You know, every time we talk about a bushwhacker or we talk about rifles or pistols, inevitably we skew toward classic Westerns, and it kind of got me thinking about who is left. And not to ruin your good mood, but there aren't a heck of a lot of them if you stop and think about it. But well, I was going to say on a happier note, but really not on a happier note. I'm just still plugging away on this Lawrence Massacre book. It's due in a couple months, so the raid itself is just about over. But you know, things don't really turn into sunshine for quite a while for those people.
I'll tell you this, man. You know, Duvall is, you know, you brought up Duvall, of course, from True Grit, and fill your hand, you son of a bitch. That's the person that he challenges. That's what he lays down, and that's what kind of goes down.
One-eyed fat man.
You one-eyed fat. That's big talk for a one-eyed fat man. Fill your hand, you son of a bitch. By the way, I don't know if there are any. Are you a fan of the second movie of the Coen Brothers film?
I generally do not like remakes, and especially remaking a John Wayne film, but that one is maybe the exception. To me, Rooster will always be John Wayne, as great as Jeff Bridges is, but that one, the remake is truer to the book, and we actually get some bushwhackers popping up at the end with Frank James and Cole Younger on their Wild West show journey. So that, yes, long-winded way of saying yes, I am a fan of the new one.
Well, I'll tell you why I'm a fan of the new one, because anytime anybody remakes a movie, I need to understand why it's being remade. And I'll give you an example of a remake that is far superior to its original. People don't know this, but the Maltese Falcon, the John Huston version, is actually the third crack at that.
Mm-hmm.
One time it's called The Falcon, is one of the names for it as well. But John Huston gets it right because he returns to the book. And I would say that it's one of those occasions where the first True Grit is a magnificent starring vehicle for Wayne, a magnificent platform for Wayne, and it also has the wisdom of surrounding him with great actors or other movie stars so that he doesn't feel like out of place. He feels larger, but he feels larger in a world full of really great character actors. The thing about the second movie is it feels like, I don't know if this struck you this way. The first movie feels like the way they told it, and the second movie feels like the way it was. Is that it feels like the fact and the legend, you know. And I feel like the first movie is the legend they printed, and then we almost get to that second film, and well, it was a little bit darker than you actually knew. And I love that about both films. I feel like they exist in very different universes, and for that reason, I love them both very much. Very much.
I like that, the experience and the legend, but then that calls the sage advice at the end of Liberty Valance into question. If we were just supposed to print the legend, the Coen brothers did not follow directions.
Well, I'll tell you this, though, and it's one of those things, too, that somebody pointed out to me, is the fact that second movie I don't want it's a good time. It really is. It's got a great cagey performance from him, a terrific performance by Matt Damon, who almost sends up. What Matt Damon does in that film is kind of incredible because he's actually sending up Glenn Campbell while at the same time sending up himself and really making a comment by not commenting on what a pompous ass that Ranger is. Which I think is absolutely terrific.
Texas brush popper.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of spot on. But I'm going to say this, is that the one thing about the legend is that even the Coen brothers, who were often so just cynical and often so just what I would call an eye askance as filmmakers, even they can't escape it. That final shootout on the horseback, the music, all of it, they said they can't get away from it either. You know what I'm saying? There's a moment where for all of their darkness, for all of the meanness that kind of inhabits that film. And I mean meanness of the country and the territory and the world that it exists in. I mean, there's an essential goodness to a lot of those people as well. But that final scene, listen to Carter Burwell's music when they start riding towards each other. It is as heroic and as epic and as mythic as anything in the Hathaway film. It's great. It's great. So there you go. There's our take. I don't know what your take is, but that's my take.
I'm with you, man. And you know what? I feel like every so often we get a Western like that pops up, and people all say, yeah, that was fun. That was good. How come we don't make more of those? And then 5 years later, another one pops up, and people say, oh, man, that was good. How come we don't make more of those? And I'm kind of in that interim period screaming, make more of these. And we don't listen.
Well, I tell you, your area of specialty is the American West, and I love the Western. My area, my bailiwick when it comes to movies is what I would call the cinema of cynical despair of the 70s. 3 Days of the Condor, Parallax View.
You're a Chinatown man, is what you're telling me.
I'm a Chinatown man, and that happens as well too. About every 5 to 10 years, Michael Clayton shows up, and people go, "Why don't people make more movies like this?" And you're like, well, why don't they is the big question, and it's one of those things too, because I've always said, hey man, there ain't nothing wrong with spending $30 million on a movie, spending 10 to 15 million more on the marketing and making 120 million at the box office. That's okay. Everything does not have to be spend 80,000 to make 50 million on the independent hit, or spend 200 million to literally create a box office worldwide global phenomenon. We can exist someplace in between. I do think, though, that part of this, Matthew, is the fact that TVs have gotten so much physically bigger, and the long form has become so kind of, with the rise of Yellowstone and the rise of it as a franchise, as an intellectual property, and other stuff too, with the rise of neo-westerns as television. It's interesting that we've kind of gone back to the 50s model of there's a Western on every minute of the day, television-wise. And I sometimes wonder if that's what kind of keeps pushing us away from that.
It might, but if you look back to that 50s, I mean, when you had Have Gun Will Travel and Wanted and Rawhide and Wagon Train and Bonanza, when you had, just constantly, it also was so popular, people thought, well, let's take advantage of this at the movies too. I could see the TV screens maybe have gotten so big it's robbing, it's sort of diminished the theater experience, even though I will try to go to a movie theater until the day that I die if I can. But I will say, and who knows, this might be a wildly unpopular take, but if, this is our last Beyond the Bushwhackers and you and I are going to marshal Jim Duncan into the, greasy mist at the end of this, nobody will find me anyway. I actually am not a fan of any of the Sheridan sort of new Western stuff, especially the, oh goodness, was it 1883, 1882? We watched the first half of it, and I just couldn't do it anymore. The main character, the teenage girl's monologues were like a 14-year-old who had just taken creative writing. I just couldn't do it.
Couldn't do it. I'm with you.
It made me pine for the days of, Hawks and Houston and Leone. It just, man.
I'll tell you what, I actually think that Sheridan's contribution to the Western isn't on the television screen. I think his two best contributions are Hell and High Water and Wind River. I'll straight up say it right now. I think that those two movies are superior to anything he's ever done on television. Straight up.
I think that's fair. And it's partly not his fault, especially what Yellowstone sort of turned into. I mean, Yellowstone became such a phenomenon that it actually drove a spike in the beaver pelt market. And for like 2 years, because the demand for Stetson hats skyrocketed, it was like the 1820s. Again, and beaver prices were just out of control. So obviously, people who think, well, let's go hang out in Bozeman for a week and buy $400 hats and, drink margaritas, he can't control that. But I would, if I could wave a magic wand, and filmmakers would have to do what I said, give me spaghetti westerns, give me that 70s grit, that sort of new wave American, Give me the great silence. Give me the man with no name. I don't care if we're plagiarizing Kurosawa films. Just give people six guns and make them samurai.
And by the way, in all fairness, let's also be fair. Is the fact that somebody once told me, I thought this was hysterical. Somebody said, "Well, George Lucas just stole Star Wars from Hidden Fortress," and I said, "And Hidden Fortress is the Searchers." What do you want me to tell you, you jackasses? I mean, come on. And by the way, this is my favorite thing to tell people. The Magnificent Seven, right? Everybody's, it's the Seven Samurai. You do know that there are two Greek tragedies. One is called The Seven Against Thebes, right? You know that, correct?
Well, and this is why Kurosawa never complained.
No,
because he knew that he was just borrowing tropes, and that it was a sign of respect that he had done it well enough that somebody said, you know what, I'm going to do that in a different setting, in a different format. He never complained.
No, he never did. And by the way, I'm going to tell you something that people don't know about Kurosawa. So Kurosawa, it's a crazy night. There's a night where Billy Wilder, Kurosawa, and John Huston all get nominated for Best Director on the same night. I forget the Wilder film. Well, actually, no, Wilder won his Lifetime Achievement Award. So Wilder, Huston, and Kurosawa all get honored at the Oscars. Kurosawa and Huston, because they're both in their 80s, so is Wilder. And they actually present the Best Director together. They present Best Picture that night together. And what's so interesting about it is the fact that Kurosawa had to be nominated for Best Director for Ron that night because the Japanese Academy. I don't know if people know how the foreign films work. Is that they have these cultural committees from each of the country that then put a film up for nomination. You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
So that the Academy voters only can consider what those countries have put up. Kurosawa is not put up because he's too Western. As far as the Japanese committee is concerned, his filmmaking is too Western for them. They consider him too much a part of United States and thinking in regards to how he makes movies. And so you're right. Kurosawa never, ever. Kurosawa was, he was a little bit upset that Leone stole the entire script for Yojimbo. That pissed him off.
There's that great side-by-side montage of Mifune and Eastwood, the split screen. I mean, it is scene for scene.
It's still great, though. It's great. And by the way, if you're going to steal. None of that borrowing stuff that goes on there. It is pretty terrific. I realized something about Duvall, the passing of Robert Duvall, is that he is involved in two of my favorite gunfights. One movie I love, which is True Grit. The other movie I'm not crazy about, but I love the gunfight, which is Open Range. I love that gunfight. I think it is terrific and a lot of fun. I just think the movie is too long. And by the way, I always think Kevin Costner's a little bit too long. But
see, I am the president of the Kevin Costner Apologist Fan Club. He's an American treasure, and I will defend him no matter what, even when he pains me with things like Waterworld and The Postman, which actually, if you go back and watch The Postman, it's too long, but it's not as bad. If Waterworld wasn't there, The Postman would not have got quite the rap.
Correct.
That it
I
did.
agree. I actually think. Go ahead. Sorry.
I like Open Range, mostly because of how it deals with sort of the subject of being a shootist and how this isn't an episode of Bonanza where everybody's just walking around town strapped and everybody who can squint is a gunfighter all of a sudden. I like the idea, and you get this in Pale Rider too, right? There are specific guys, Kevin Costner's quote, those of us who have the knack for it, there are specific guys who actually do this for a living, and people know it, and they steer clear of them. And when they collide, it's sort of a different thing. To me, that hews closer to what we would have seen in that brief Old West period than just everybody in town has got a Colt, and they're popping away at each other. Plus, who doesn't love Bluebonnet?
Oh my God, Bluebonnet Spearman. One of the best characters ever created. And make this really clear. I like Open Range. I love the gunfight. I like Open Range a lot. I just feel like there are moments where Kevin Costner really would have benefited his entire life the same way that not Tom Clancy, what was his name? Wrote Bonfire of the Vanities. Tom Wolfe benefited. The reason Bonfire is so good is that he had an editor. And I just every once in a while think that somebody telling Kevin Costner, dude, you're about 15 minutes. I don't mean that Costner's film should have been an hour and a half, but there are a couple of Costner films where like, dude, there's 15 minutes that can go here that don't add anything. Did Michael Cimino teach us nothing? And we've never talked about that, by the way. You want to talk about accuracy in a movie, historical accuracy about the way things look. Have you seen Heaven's Gate?
Oh yeah.
What do you think of it?
Well, it's one of those films that I desperately try to convince my students. Basically, when I give a lecture, regardless of what class it's in, it turns into it's like in this, and then insert movie, and then crickets and blank staring. So that is one of the ones that gets referenced often, especially when we're talking about the West or the frontier or American violence or sort of how those are constituent elements of our identity, and it pains me. When kids tell me, oh, I haven't seen Spider-Man, well, I don't care about that. But I feel like, and this is sort of the authoritarian film nerd in me coming out, there should be a list, you and I should get to decide what it is, of let's say 100 movies that everyone should be forced to watch. It should be part of like the citizenship test. You should have to watch these movies. No Marvel is allowed.
Yeah, you can't talk to me about Marvel films if you haven't seen Close Encounters. And I'm sorry, because I know people get crazy about that. That's a very populist mainstream film, but it's like you literally watch that and understand what the difference between a filmmaker dealing with awe and wonder is and what somebody actually on a production supply chain line making movies that are meant to hit dopamine level spikes. And the difference is on a simple level like that. But I'm gonna add this about Heaven's Gate. For those of you who have not seen it, it is an investment. It's 4 hours and 15 minutes. It makes some very, very big mistakes in regards to its narrative control, which gets lost on occasion. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but the filmmaker Steven Soderbergh actually has the butcher's cut of Heaven's Gate. Have you ever seen it?
No.
He cuts it down to an hour and 45 minutes. And,
what?
And it doesn't work, but he makes one crucial decision in it that I think that Bill Reynolds, the editor, the original editor of Heaven's Gate, suggested to Cimino that I think would have made the film much easier at the time for people to stomach. And it's brilliant. He actually moves the prologue of the Harvard graduation to the end of the film. And he doesn't kill Ella. So they step out of the house and the movie ends. It ends, and the original screenplay for it, by the way, for those of you guys don't know, Heaven's Gate is about the Johnson County War and is based in no sort of historical accuracy about the events of that war. It really is about idealism and the end of Vietnam and a whole bunch of other really complex stuff. But in regards to the way it looks, it is absolutely perfect. And what Soderbergh did, and Bill Reynolds, the original editor, begged Cimino to do, he says, Michael, the opening 20 minutes are phenomenal. Move them to the end. He said it'll make the loss feel that much more devastating. And I watched the butcher's cut of it, Matthew, and like I said, I was like going, man, you're leaving out stuff that really deepens character visually. It's just a disaster. But at the end, when that graduation sequence happens at the end, it just hits you like a ton of bricks. It hits you about the idealism that is just squandered. As opposed to being a distant memory, he forefronts it. Interesting stuff. We're talking about guns today, by the way, in the limited amount of time we have left with Matthew Holbert on this last edition of Beyond the Bushwhackers. And I couldn't agree with you more, by the way. We should come up with that list of 100 movies that people have to watch. Close Encounters would not be one of those movies on the list. It'd be recommended by me, but not one of my 100 movies. I got to ask you, though, if you had to give somebody 5 movies right now, since we talk a lot about this, if you had to give somebody 5 movies right now, Matthew, in regards to Westerns that you say are mandatory watching, that you can't even begin to talk about Westerns without watching these 5, what do you pick?
Okay, so just to be clear, because again, militant film nerd here, we are talking about films that must be watched for their relevance, because they're classics, because of the cultural weight they carry. Not just my favorites.
Of course. I'm talking about I'm talking about encyclopedic works. Like I tell people all the time, you need to watch Citizen Kane, not because I don't think it's the greatest movie ever made. I think it's the most important movie in the sound era. You should watch that if only for that reason with headphones on. I get where you're coming from. You're talking about you need to understand these films to understand so many other films, right?
All right.
All right.
So I feel like you have to see High Noon.
Yep.
You need to see The Searchers. You need to see. Why'd you do this to me? You need to see Once Upon a Time in the West. You need to see.
Come on,
Tom
dude.
Horn.
Come on, dude. You're gonna go with Tom Horn and not go with the Wild Bunch?
And hold on.
Don't yell at
So I love both. I love Lee Marvin and the Professionals, but from an important standpoint, the Wild Bunch gets the fifth spot. They are essentially the same movie, but the Wild Bunch, from a relevant standpoint, gets the nod.
I would probably remove Tom Horn, although I love that movie, and replace it either with Stagecoach or My Darling Clementine.
Yeah. We
It's hateful, isn't
we
it?
should have had a whole other list of like ranking Doc Hollidays, because I'll go to my grave that Jason Robards is as much as people love Val Kilmer and he's your Huckleberry. Robards with that voice, he is, to me, he will always be
Hour of the Gun.
Yep. And you know what, Garner, as much as I love him, he's not great, but Robards that's just him. He is perfect for that.
He's perfect. He's absolutely perfect in that movie. He's perfect. He is as good as it gets.
What do you have against Tom Horn?
Nothing.
Steve McQueen.
Nothing.
Looks the part.
Nothing.
Gaunt at the end.
We're not talking about this film sucks. I'm not saying this film sucks. It's out. I have such a deep affection for Walter Brennan's performance as a villain in My Darling Clementine that it's inescapable for me. It's inescapable.
Yeah. And then we also at some point, if there was a sixth, I feel like there should be an alternate spot for a comedic film, right? So I guess maybe I'm not a fan of Paint Your Wagon, but Support Your Local Sheriff versus oh my goodness, help me, Mel Brooks.
Blazing Saddles.
Oh my good, yeah, I'm having a moment. I feel like those two duke it out. Blazing Saddles is obviously better known, but Walter Brennan getting the most serious guy, like the most communist-hating serious guy in Hollywood to make fun of himself as the head of the Danby clan is perfect.
Perfect. How about A Big Hand for the Little Lady?
Yeah. Why did you make it 5, Jimmy?
Because I'm a son of a bitch. Fill your hand, you son of a bitch.
You Texas brush popper. Why'd you make it 5?
Yeah, I mean, we could go on for a while. And by the way, I got to tell you, my heart breaks every time I think about not being able to include Ride the High Country, which I have to tell you, the heroic walk they both make together when is just one of the best things of all time. We got a phone call in here, Matthew. Somebody just wants to say hi. Who do we got?
Pack Rat.
Hey, Pack Rat. Welcome aboard.
Hey, good morning, Jimmy and Matthew. I just want to thank you for all the time you spent with us. I really liked your segments, enjoyed them, and hopefully we'll do some more in the future on another platform.
Thank you,
Well,
Packer.
thank you. I appreciate that very much. And honestly, I'm surprised that they put up with me as long as they did. So if this returns in some other format, I will happily come back as long as they don't come to their senses.
We never come to our senses, man. Next time you don't ever pull a gun on a man, Matthew, unless you mean to kill him. That's what I tell people all the time. Pack Rat, if you had to pick one Western that you would show people and say, that's a Western, what would it be?
Shane.
Shane? Oh my God. It's a killer, isn't it? I got to tell you, that last gunfight is absolutely brutal. I forget how nasty that last gunfight is in regards to the conversation. And he kills those guys, doesn't he, Matthew? I mean, he kills them.
And Jack Palance, talk about a face made for a role. He is perfect for that guy.
Oh, my God, yeah. Just fantastic. Just fantastic. All right, Pack Rat, you said your thank you. I thank you. We love you, Pack Rat, and we're glad you enjoyed the segment. You're the man.
Okay, Matthew, Jimmy Mac, all this.
All the best. I don't know if you know that, Matthew. Every time Pack Rat calls, the last thing he always says is all the best.
Well, it could be a lot worse, right?
Yeah, it could be a lot worse, by the way. Support your local sheriff, and Blazing Saddles is what the Paranormal Pie Man has to say. I love Paranormal Pie Man writes, "Where's the bars?" He just writes that. Just love that. Thank you, brother. That's such a cool thing. Our good friend Brad Bentley of Fastport is on the chat as well, too. Good morning to you back. After all, I mean, I am glad you got to join us on this platform, Matthew, if only because it's Road Gang Radio, dude. We're the Road Gang. I mean, we got our own gang. You could say you're an original member of the Road Gang. I still have a pin for you. I have a pin for Marshall, and I have an original Road Gang pin for you, brother. I have not given yours away. So,
I love it. I didn't know, but I would be honored to take it.
By the way, and I'll send you a picture by text. I don't know if you've ever seen it before. It's a sheriff's badge.
I'm going to have to wear this to class.
You're going to have to wear it to classes. By the way, and just to let people know, as Marshall knows, and now you know, we only made 500 of them, and we're not making more. So if you got one, you got like a PT 109 pin, dude. You're like in the gang.
I like it. Collector's item.
Yeah. Matthew, you and I will talk more. I mean, we're friends, so we get a chance to chat from time to time. But I wanted, on behalf of everybody out there in Road Gang Radio, all of our friends out there, to say thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for making time both on the old platform and this one. Feel like I've made a real friend here. And, whatever you're working on next, whatever we can do to help support it, make it happen. Dre and I are here for you. Dave is here for you. I know Lindsay is here for you. Claire and everybody else. Thank you, man, from the bottom of our hearts.
Oh, man, thank you guys so much for having me. This has been a blast. And as I said, Deserved had nothing to do with it, or it wouldn't have been me getting to talk to you. But I had an awesome time, and I really appreciate you guys making room for the long-haired rowdies. Everybody needs a little more bushwhacker in their lives, and you guys gave it to them.
Well, I got to tell you this, man. It's easy to talk about bushwhackers when you're being listened to by a bunch of bushwhackers. Get out of here, Matthew. Go have the best of days. We love you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Thank you, sir.
Have a good one, man. Thank you.
You as well, man. I'm going to miss that segment so much, guys. You are always welcome to drop in and just say hi. We got a great guest coming up next. First time appearance by our next guest. Thrilled to have them, as a matter of fact. Tom Witt and Joe Mock. We're talking about the Rickwood Ballpark. It's a great story. It's a wonderful book. Rickwood, How America's Oldest Ballpark Forged Baseball Legends. We'll be talking about that when we come back on the other side of this break.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Thank you, Phone Master Dre. Thank you all, by the way. Thank you for the phone call, Pack Rat. It means a lot, by the way. If you guys in the next 2 days or so, with Megan Kate Nelson still coming up, maybe a drop-in from Terry Taylor, if you guys want to give a call and thank any of these people who've been part of this whole project, this whole exercise. And by the way, it has not been in naught. This has not been for naught. I feel like in some ways, Lindsay Lawler has been talking about doing We Should Write forever and a day. And it was the final push that got the ball rolling there. I think she would have done it on her own. She would have gotten there eventually. But I like to think that we gave her a little push. We didn't do it for her. We didn't make it happen for her. She made that happen all on her own. That will continue on a platform of its own. Please follow Lindsay both on the Book of Face, but also follow her on Instagram at It's Lindsay Lawler, y'all. And We Should Write has its own Instagram page as well, too. It's going to keep on expanding its platform and its reach. We will continue to support that until the last dog dies, until I shuffle off this mortal coil. Anything that Lindsay Lawler is involved in, I am going to be behind 100%, whether I'm involved in it or not. I will be there for that as well. But big thanks to all of you. And like I said, I've learned a lot during this process, and we'll have some announcements on Friday about what's going to be going on next, what the possibilities and the potential are. I will be going to Matt's. I'll be talking about that as well, too. But I also want to say that this opportunity gave us an opportunity to figure out some stuff. Also gave Dre and I a chance to realize how much better this show would be if, in fact, we all were together. It makes a big difference. I can tell you that right now. We're going to do a little pivot here, Dre, to our next guest. First-time guest, but it's a great topic, and it's a wonderful book. It's incredibly charming. It is not just the history of a ballpark. It's the history of a city and of an era and of a time, and we'll go to it right now. Tim Witt joins us this morning. Joe Mock, who is his co-author, is under the weather, but we're thrilled to have Tim here and joining us in the real and in real time. He's the author of Bases Loaded with History, which is the story of Rickwood Field through the 20th century. He discovered Rickwood as a graduate student in Birmingham in the late 1980s, and his interest in the history of Old Southern Association was further piqued by working on a documentary about the league in the 1990s. For the last quarter of a century, he has been under contract to Michelle and has no intention of becoming a free agent. I understand that too. I really do hope I retire as part of Claire Marie's franchise. He's an Alabama native, Roll Tide, and he lives in Montgomery. Is it Roll Tide or is it War Eagle?
It's War Eagle.
All right. Well, good. Well, good, because the people who support this studio emanate from the Roll Tide. I actually taught at Alabama, the University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa, while I was working on a master's, and then spent the year after I got it.
I went to graduate school at Alabama myself. I will claim that.
Well, where'd you get your master's in?
Well, it's at Alabama. I went to undergraduate at Auburn and actually finished up. Went all over the state. I finished up at UAB because my brother was living in Birmingham at the time, and I had a chance to get finished up and then go ahead and start graduate school. So I've been all over the place.
By the way, you have a love affair not just with this baseball park, but anybody that reads this book is going to see you love Alabama and you love Birmingham, but you're also a guy who doesn't shy away from warts and all. I always find that if you love somebody and think they're perfect, you really don't love them at all, do you?
Yeah, that's true.
So let's just dig in. Let's just jump straight into it. Tell people what this book is about. I want to give you a chance to give us the 30,000-foot view, and then I got some specific and particular questions about this world that you have crafted around Rickwood.
Well, I tell you what, I originally started on this book. The reason I met Rickwood Field, I was in graduate school in Birmingham because I'd gone up to UAB after being at Auburn, went to UAB, then to Tuscaloosa later to graduate school. But I was up there, and I was living with my brother who lived in Homewood, is an area just south of residential area. And we were looking for something to do in the 1980s in Birmingham, and he suggested going to Rickwood Field, which I at the time didn't think would be all that great. And then we went there, and it was fantastic. It was really like stepping back into another century. The old ballpark had been kept up well. It was a good quality of baseball even, but it was just a really great experience. And that got me interested in the park because it was obviously a treasure architecturally and as far as an experience. And that got me interested. A few years later, I found out that there was a group called the Friends of Rickwood had been formed to promote and to keep the park up and going. And at that time, I fancied myself an academic and I wanted to write history. And so I got in touch with them and I started working on the first book, which was a book called Bases Loaded with History. That was the original history of the park that I wrote in 1995, and a lot of that is encompassed in this new book. The new book, I met Joe Mock when they did the Major League Baseball at Rickwood a couple of years ago, and Joe was a fan of the first book, and I mentioned to him I'd always wanted to expand the first book and take care of the time up to the present day, and Joe was very excited about that. He says, I'm reporting for USA Today on this, I'm covering the event, and I'm going to have a lot of material that will cover the time between when the first book closes in 1987 at the time that the park closed for Southern League Baseball, and up through this, and we just got together and hatched the idea. And so in general, we took this book that starts with the Birmingham of 1910, industrial city, growing rapidly. It went from 30,000 people in 1900 to over 100,000 by 1910. Because through the civil rights era, through decline, and then through rebirth, the city of itself being reborn, and also the park being reborn to a large extent with the events that are going on there with the major leagues coming in and the possibility of them coming in again. That's just sort of the egg of it, I guess you'd say.
Yeah, and and you guys come to it at different points as well too in your kind of collaboration. I mean, Joe opens up the book with a wonderful introduction to kind of set the scene there as well. But you talked about this earlier, the idea that you were like, well, what's the point here? Can you talk about and you kind of talk a little bit about this over the course of your work. Can you talk about your first impressions of Rickwood when you got there? How it made you feel, and the idea that the more you've learned, it rather than losing its aura, it gains more aura with each passing moment and each piece of history that you learn, right?
When I first walked into the park, as I said, in the mid 1980s, and there had been a few changes, but when you first saw it, it was really like going into maybe if you were going into a park to see Shoeless Joe Jackson play or Babe Ruth or Walter Johnson, it was exactly that kind of baseball park. It was the sort of thing that you cannot replicate today. The cost would be prohibitive. And you go in there and there's this beautiful diamond. The peak on the diamond was so high that the players had to sit on top of the dugouts to see the other dugout. It had always been built that, so it would drain. It was built that way. The diamond itself was laid out by Connie Mack. He was a friend of the guy that built the park, the owner, Rick Woodward, who is really the main character if you read through the book. He is the character that ties it all together. And he brought in Connie Mack, and a guy that was born in 1862, laid out this diamond that major leaguers played on a couple of years ago. It's just, I think it is the most historically important stadium in North America, and perhaps in the Western Hemisphere. It's really important. It's important not only because it is so old, it is an architectural milestone because it's a first generation concrete and steel park, the same way that Fenway and Wrigley are. It's older than both of those. And it's one of the very few remaining concrete and steel ballparks, but also is a place where, Babe Ruth might be playing there one day, and the next day Satchel Paige or Josh Gibson would be playing there because it was a major Negro Leagues park. You don't see that much. Most of the places where the Negro Leagues played were not in major league parks or in parks of that quality. It's very, very hard to find a park today where you could definitively say Shoeless Joe Jackson and Satchel Paige played on this field. You can say that about Rickwood. It always grabbed me from the beginning that there was a lot of history there, and there's a lot of untold history there, and there still remains a lot. I think there's a chance to expand this even more because we're just now discovering some box scores and some scorecards people had from the old Negro Leagues games that were played there starting in the 1910s and through the collapse of the Negro Leagues in 1963. It's just an important park socially, historically, even economically for Birmingham because it's a big deal for a very long time. So there's a lot of different angles that you can work on this.
Well, and the other thing is, too, is that a football field is a football field is a football field. And would distinguish them back in the old. Now it distinguishes them as the amount of amenities. Back in the old days, it was how mean was the stadium. Baseball, though, and people don't realize the only apt comparison to baseball for the longest time was the way that old golfers used to design golf courses. And that the whole point of a baseball diamond, while the diamond itself was the diamond itself in regards to the confines of those bases, what happened after that involved a lot of creativity and a lot of thinking, and each one had its own unique personality. Each place really was, we can talk about Fenway as well in regards to this conversation, but even to this very day, people are always looking to put quirks inside of these things, whereas in other sports, nobody's looking for quirks in a basketball arena. Nobody's looking for quirks in a hockey rink. There's no quirks. It is what it is. Yep. You play within the confines. And so the thing is, when you introduce quirks into things, what you're doing is you're also and I'll use Fenway as an example, Penske Pole. Or the Green Monster is a good example, because I want you to kind of talk about some of the quirks, and you've already kind of alluded to a number of them as well too. But the idea that quirks become little places where you can trap ghosts, and so when the stadium remains, when the original design remains, it also becomes a container for all the legends and all the moments that have ever passed through there. Is that things get these names. We Three Rivers Stadium, no longer with it, but the idea, remember the seat, the moonshot seat that was at the top of the, where Stargell hit that massive bomb of a home run, and that this particular ballpark just contains a lot of ghosts, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. As far as the quirks of the ballpark, there's several that are very. In those days, they build new parks today. If they build, like say, when they built Camden Yards or Jacobs Field in Cleveland, they went in there and deliberately tried to create quirks, make the playing field different. But there's an artificiality about that. The quirks at Fenway, for example, or Wrigley, or for Rickwood Field, were usually connected in some way to something that had to be done. For example, there was a railroad track that ran beyond the right field fence in Rickwood on the property, so that had an effect on it. When Connie Mack laid out the diamond, he did it in an unusual fashion. Now, usually diamonds were laid, you had urban street corners, and you would enter at the corners where you'd go in as you do at Rickwood, but Connie Mack didn't lay the field out in relation to that street corner. He had been an old ball player, so he laid the field out in such a fashion that the sun was, they always played at daytime at that time. There were no lights. The sun would only ever factor into the left fielder. Nobody else would ever have to look into the sun for the ball. And the left fielder, not that much. So the field is not laid out in a normal fashion to the corner of the street. And for that reason, when you go into Rickwood, there's an entryway arcade. There's the corner that's square to the corner where they take your tickets. You go through the turnstiles. But as you go into the field, there's a kind of a bend you go in to go into the ballpark, because the ballpark is not square with the street. And that bent arcade is one thing that's unusual about Rickwood. The enormous scoreboard, which unfortunately is a recreation. In the 1980s, they tore down the original scoreboard, but they built a wonderful recreation hand-operated scoreboard that's in left center field. And it's huge. It's like the green wall in Boston. You think it's a lot closer than it is. Only one guy that played for the Birmingham Barons, Black Bears may have had a guy that do it, but the only guy that ever knocked one over that scoreboard for the Birmingham Barons was Walt Dropo, who later became a prominent American leaguer, was a Rookie of the Year one year for the Red Sox. It looks close, but it's not. But a lot of balls rattled off that scoreboard because it was a target like the green wall is. So you've got that. You've got the bent entryway, and also when they did the bent entryway, they redid the arcade in the 1920s. And it's got kind of an unusual tile roof to it. And it's kind of, if you look at the entryway, it's kind of Spanish mission style. And you wonder how in Birmingham, Alabama in the 1920s, you get a Spanish mission style entryway into a ballpark. The reason being is at that time, all the rage, and there's actually a suburb of Birmingham in Homewood that's called Hollywood. And all the houses were designed to look like those that movie stars were building in Southern California. The same architectural firm that built the entryway at Rickwood built all those homes, and they were into that sort of design right then. So since the movie stars had Spanish mission-style houses, we have a Spanish mission-style entryway to Rickwood Field.
I just, like I said, and it brings up another point here. Really quickly, by the way, we're allowed to have this conversation. I just want to let people know that Tim is allowed to talk with us about this, because catchers and pitchers have reported for the Giants, Diamondbacks, Red Sox, and Rangers. So we
Absolutely.
are well within our right to have this conversation right now. The other thing is you bring up something too. Once again, now basketball and hockey can make this claim because the spaces are smaller. Football can't. Most football stadiums exist out beyond the pale, the literal meaning of the word. They exist on the fringe. So much of baseball is about creating a pastoral location, often inside of an urban or suburban area. The idea that there's a reason why they're called ballparks, is that they function in many of the same way. They give you an idyllic respite from the rest of the world around you. I mean, think about Wrigley and Fenway. You're walking out, or in the Bronx, you're walking out into an urban landscape. And this is a chance to have almost kind of an idyllic sort of pastoral memory of what the farm was like to a large degree. How much of an impact did Rick Wood have on the growth of the city itself? And the idea that it's like as a forward-facing sort of we're the next big thing, because man, stadiums and baseball teams, especially in the teen, as you get through the the teens, the 20s, and the 30s, it's like we got a baseball stadium, we got a ballpark,
When Rick Wood was built, Rick Woodward, as I said, the guy, he was the heir to the Woodward Iron Company fortune. It was the largest pig iron company in the world at the time that the family operated it. And he was from in-town royalty. His father was the founder, Joseph Hersey Woodward, founder and sole owner of Woodward Iron. His wife, Rick Woodward's wife, was the daughter of Robert Jemison Sr., who was the biggest developer in Birmingham, developed all the neighborhoods there. So this is a guy rolling in dough in Birmingham. He planned to be a major league owner. He figured that at one point Rick Wood would be a major league ballpark. It was built to support that kind of expansion. And everybody at the time really kind of thought that would happen. This is in 1910, and Birmingham grew rapidly until about the Great Depression. And to some extent, Birmingham never really recovered from the Great Depression. It affected the iron and steel industry. Birmingham had a colonial economy. The big companies in Birmingham were not headquartered there. They're headquartered in Pittsburgh. And so the city didn't continue to grow past that period, but that indirectly is one reason that Rick Wood is still there. I don't know if y'all have been to Birmingham much, gone through downtown Birmingham, but overwhelmingly, downtown Birmingham has built these Art Deco style buildings that date pre-1950, pre-World War II. They were never replaced by the glass and steel sort of stuff that you would see in Atlanta, Charlotte, and other cities in the South because the growth didn't happen. Well, also, Rick Wood Field was not replaced. Now, it was built very, very well. It was the finest ballpark by acclamation in the Southern Association. Excuse me. As far as people in Nashville, they still remember Sulphurdale, which is where the Nashville Vols played. And it was an extremely quirky, unusual stadium. But it's been gone forever. Russ Wood Park in Memphis is gone, and Ponce de Leon Park in Atlanta is gone. But a lot of these cities grew, and they moved on to other things. In Birmingham, Rick Wood was overbuilt when it was first built, stayed in service for a very long time, and the lack of that explosive mid-century burst of growth is one reason that Rick Wood is still there. And the other thing being that it just got bypassed. It was sort of sitting there, and people had forgotten it was there. And all of a sudden, a bunch of people who were friends of the community said, we're not going to let what happened to Ponce de Leon Park in Atlanta or Rushwood Park in Memphis happen to Rick Wood Field. And it's been a very difficult thing to preserve that park because it's hard to come up with a reasoning for it. But the Friends of Rick Wood were able to do it, have kept it going, and now it's still there. And I think the appreciation for it is great enough now that there's no end to how long the stadium can stand.
We're going to run out of time here. We've still got a little bit of time to play with, but I want to give people a sense that it's not just about the stadium or the city. It's about a lot of little anecdotal stories that kind of add up into a grand mosaic of American baseball. I'm going to throw some names at you, and you tell me what their connection to the stadium is, okay? Reggie Jackson, by the way, a lot of people might be familiar with this one because there's been a recent story as well, too, but Reggie Jackson.
Yeah, and when they had the Major League game there, in 2024, there was a very notable interview with Jackson during the game. Yeah, he played for the 67 Birmingham A's, one of the few times they were not called Barons, which when Charlie O'Finley, who was a native of Birmingham and actually had been a bat boy for the Barons, owned the parent club, so he owned all the farm clubs. He owned the team in Birmingham, and he brought in Jackson, who was a recent signee. He had Reggie Jackson, all those great stars on those Oakland A's teams that won 3 straight American League pennants. They were all in Birmingham at the same time. And they had this incredible team in 67 that won the Southern League Championship, one of the greatest minor league teams ever. Reggie Jackson was on that team. Raleigh Fingers was on that team. Joe Rudy was on that team. Gene Tennis. All those great players from the 70s A's were on that team, and they just dominated. And Jackson that year finished, I think, second in the Southern League in hitting and batting, which is very unusual for Reggie Jackson.
Right.
So he was a great player for the team. He experienced a lot of tough times when he was there, which he talked about when he was at the Major League game that was played there in 2024. He talked about those times. and they'd been very, very hard. And we mentioned also how good his teammates were. And
Oh,
John McNamara, by the way,
his tribute to
was
Raleigh,
manager that time.
yeah, his tribute to Raleigh Fingers is one of the most moving things. It's a reminder that you can talk about those tough times and not make the whole world a slag heap, as it were. You can actually talk about
He
tough
also
times.
specifically mentioned a guy named Lee Myers that nobody knows today. He's an incredible story because Lee Myers was his teammate on that team, big-time pitching phenom. He just happened to be married to Mamie Van Doren, the screen bombshell. And she threw out at the 1967 Birmingham A's, the first pitch of the season was thrown out by Mamie Van Doren and caught by Charlie O'Finley behind home plate because she was Lee Myers' wife. But Myers was very good to Jackson, let him sleep on his sofa many times during the season. And sadly, then Myers was killed a few years later in a high-speed car crash.
Yeah, it's an incredible story. If you haven't seen it, by the way, it's an amazing story, and to see it told there, and to see it told actually at Rickwood Park. Dizzy Dean, yep. I'm throwing Dizzy Dean's name at you now.
The story that in Birmingham is this, and this was in the first book. We went into a great deal of detail on this story about Dizzy Dean, and he came into town. The Houston bus. They used to have a thing in baseball, in AA baseball, where the Southern League champion would play the Texas League champion. They're the same level, and it was called the Dixie Series. And in the Deep South, before television, this was bigger than the World Series. And Dizzy Dean had been incredible. He was 19 years old, I think, or maybe he's 20, 21. I've forgotten now to go back and look. But he was pitching for the Houston Buffs and won 26 games and struck out 305 batters in 304 innings, which back then nobody did stuff like that. Batters did not strike out like they do now. They were not power hitters. They would make contact. So Dean was incredible. People said he had a better fastball than Walter Johnson, and he was, the biggest player. And he's also talked very big. So before the game, when the first game of the series, Dizzy Dean, of course, is going to lead off the series. The Houston Buffs are playing the Barons at Rickwood Field. And Dean is talking big like he always did. He says, I may pitch left-handed against them so they'll have a chance. If I lose, I'll grow a beard and join the House of David, and so it'd hide my shame. As the House of David was a touring baseball team back then that were bearded players. He's big talking, and everybody in Birmingham is incensed. And Birmingham, for the first game, sends out a guy to pitch named Ray Caldwell. And Ray Caldwell had once been a major league pitcher and a really good one, but he was a horrible alcoholic. He had in his contract at one time in the major leagues that immediately after a start, it was in his contract, he had to go out and get drunk because the manager figured if he got rip-roaring drunk after that start, he might be sober for his next turn in the rotation. By the time he gets to Rickwood Field, and this is in September the 16th of 1931, he's at Rickwood Field pitching the opening game of the Dixie Series against Dizzy Dean. He's 43 years old. He's a grandfather, and he cannot break a pane of glass with a baseball. His arm is completely gone. And Dean comes in there, and, he's already said he's going to win for sure. There are so many people in Rickwood Field that they can't contain them in the stands. They've got areas roped off in the outfield where people are standing. There's over 20,000 people in a park that had never seated more than 14,000. Watching Dizzy Dean, hoping Dizzy Dean loses, but not very hopeful that will actually happen. Through the first 8 innings, Dean has faced the minimum. But in the bottom of the 8th inning, Birmingham pushes a single run across the plate, and Ray Caldwell is one of the guys that makes it happen. And when the run crosses the plate, cheering is reported 30 miles away from Birmingham in small communities. Now, they had radio at that time. We're not exactly sure if they were listening to the actual radio broadcast in the field or if they listened to a telegraph recreation, but they realized that Birmingham had scored. Then Ray Caldwell sets the Buffs down in order in the next inning, and they've won the game. There are more games in that series, but that's what everybody remembers in Birmingham. Well, let me cut to the chase here. 20 years later, they have an anniversary, the 40th anniversary of Rickwood Field, and they invite all these people back. They have some baseball Hall of Famers there. Ty Cobb might have been there, for example. Someone like Ty Cobb, people, the league officials, local celebrities, and they all get a nice applause. And then a 62-year-old American Legion post manager from New Jersey walks out there, and they have to stop the proceedings because the crowd is yelling so loud and on their feet and cheering, and it's Ray Caldwell because he's become the big hero. He beat Dizzy Dean after Dizzy Dean had insulted everybody for many, many, many years. the biggest baseball hero in Birmingham, Alabama was Ray Caldwell. And that's the story. I think when I think about Dizzy Dean, I always think of that particular story.
Guys, there's so much more in this book and in the earlier book that is so worth reading. It's an absolute joy. The book is a romance between the city of Birmingham and its ballpark. The book is a series of wonderfully, and by the way, you can tell just from hearing Tim tell a story here about the prose and the joy that have gone into creating these books. I can't thank you enough for making time for us today. It's at stonycreekpublishing.com/Rickwood.
I believe that I checked with the publisher, Lauren Stephanie, to make sure, but I'm pretty sure it's stonycreekpublishing.com. I believe it's correct. You can order the book on Amazon, Amazon.com. Walmart has copies, I believe, right? You can order it through Walmart.com. And if you go to stonycreekpublishing.com, though, they have about 4 or 5 different retailers that you can go to them. I mean, the Texas A&M Press has copies that can be ordered. And so there are some hard copies available. There's not a ton of those, but there's plenty of paperbacks.
My friend Rick Wood, How America's Oldest Ballpark Forged Baseball Legends. It's an absolute, like I said, it's the last week on this particular platform. Even with all of our listeners, Dave Nemo announced his retirement just a couple of weeks ago. We'll take some other form and some other fashion down the road, but I can't think of a better way to spend my last week than talking about a sport I love very much with somebody who loves it equally. Thank you so much, my friend. Best of luck with the book.
Thank you so much. Sure do appreciate it.
All right. We're going to be back on the other side. We got one more book to talk about. Something that is surprising because when you hear what it's about, you won't believe how utterly romantic it is. Jonathan Tepper's book is called Shooting Up, not the story you might imagine. It's an incredible and inspiring story, especially poignant to anybody who has ever loved an addict. Like I said, guys, buckle up. This is a tough one and an uplifting one, and a lot of food for thought on Sleeper Cab Library on Road Gang Radio.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in-shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
It's Wednesday.
I'm feeling pretty rad coming in on that song because this is the last hour of Road Gang Radio on this Wednesday with your host Jimmy Mack, live from the Fastport Studios.
Sometimes we pick books for our friends out there knowing what they like, and sometimes we pick books because I want to read them. And this is one of those cases where I wanted to read it. And by the way, I was told the comps were Angela's Ashes, The Cross and the Switchblade, Shooting Up. I also thought about Train Spotting a little bit there as well, too. Memoirs are tough racket, man, because what you've got to do is tell your own personal story while telling it through the snapshot of a moment or a particular series of defining moments. I could not ask for a better example of that than Jonathan Tepper's new book. It is an extraordinary piece of work. You would not believe it if I told you it was true, except for the fact that it is. Shooting Up is the name of the book, a memoir of loss, love, and addiction. It's not what you think. It is something much more profound and deep than just kind of a cataloging of what it's like to be up close and personal with people who are deeply addicted to one of the most insidious drugs in the world. It's Jonathan's memory of a childhood spent in San Blas, where syringes littered playgrounds and his closest friends were recovering junkies twice his age. It begins in '85 with him as one of 4 sons, and it's our pleasure to welcome this author who has created an extraordinary piece of work. Tough guys, brutal, hard, and at the same time uplifting, but not in that sort of easy, maudlin way. Jonathan, if you don't know, is the author of several acclaimed financial books, including The Myth of Capitalism. He's a Rhodes Scholar. He earned degrees in history and economics at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. He's a Tar Heel, and an MLit from the University of Oxford. He's born in the U.S., raised in Mexico as a young child, and it came of age in Madrid, San Blas neighborhood, where his parents ran one of the country's first drug rehabilitation centers. It is good to have you. Welcome to the final week of Road Gang Radio. Despite all of our listeners, we are sunsetting this to do other things, but I can't think of a better guest to have in this final week. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Well, thank you so much for having me. It's an absolute pleasure and honor.
So let's just kind of dig in. And jump in. And, the idea that I want to give people kind of the bare bones outlines, because there are specifics I want to dig into. And I've kind of alluded to it as well. What kind of childhood takes you to Madrid, Spain?
So my parents were Christian missionaries, and they had moved to Spain, to Madrid, and they settled in the neighborhood of San Blas. Missionaries are generally poor, and they picked it because the rent was cheap. But it also turned out to be the largest point for heroin sale in Madrid and probably in all of Europe. And so my parents thought they wanted to work with university students and be university chaplains, but the need was so overwhelming to help the young men and women on the streets that my brothers and I used to hand out flyers inviting the addicts back to our homes, to our home, and that was really how a drug rehab center started in 1985, and the addicts became our older brothers and sisters over time.
The thing, though, and the twist in all of this, too, so most of our listeners, by the way, fall into my age bracket. They're between about 45 and 65. Most of them kind of fall into the bracket of about 48 to 58, which means that we all have a very distinct memory, along with the addiction crisis that begins to pop up, especially in the aftermath of the liberation of the 60s and the despair of the 70s. Something else begins to rear its ugly head towards the end of the 70s and then goes full blown. So you're not just dealing with the addiction of heroin, but you're also dealing with AIDS, right?
Exactly. And so AIDS in the United States at that period was very much initially a gay disease. In Africa, it was a heterosexual disease. But in Spain, through the sharing of needles through heroin addiction, almost all the cases for AIDS were intravenous drug users, so heroin addicts. And when the drug center started, we knew of the virus. My parents sat me down and my brothers and told us about it. But it wasn't until a year or two later that addicts started dying around us, and then we became aware very quickly, of how deadly the disease was, and addicts in the center started testing themselves to see, whether they might be infected too, because you could have the virus and the incubation period is 5 years, and show no signs of it. And as it turned out, almost everyone in the drug center was HIV positive once they started testing themselves. And so the book really is a story of love, as older brothers and friends and family that they became, and then loss, as the AIDS virus, claimed the lives of people I love dearly.
Let me ask you this to kind of give our listeners a sense of this too, because there are places in the world that rapidly responded to the crisis, and other places that kind of just as the book said, let the band play on. How quickly, in watching all of this kind of evolve, did they begin to have an understanding of what was spreading the disease and how to stop it, or at least how to kind of mitigate it and control the situation? Because a lot of people have no memory of this either. I talk about this all the time. I talk to people now who view AIDS as a chronic illness, or, and as you know, we're closing in on cures by the moment. Including ways of even being active and not being able to contract it because of the medication we've come up with. Anybody who lived during the 80s will tell you it was an existential fear. Game, set, match. You got it, and the clock just started ticking on you. And that's how a lot of people kind of viewed it. So kind of talk to us about the level of panic, the level of fear, and the level of crisis you guys were dealing with. I mean, it must have just created an anxiety-ridden situation because so many of these people you love so dearly.
Yeah, so it was, as you point out, because it was 1985, they introduced, it was commonly called the cocktail or the highly active antiretroviral therapy, where now AIDS is sort of treatable like diabetes, and people can have it for a long time. And it's easy to forget, for those who didn't live through it, that it was a death sentence. If you got the virus, you were going to die. It was just a question of when. And the average incubation period for the virus was about 5 years. And in the early 80s, people didn't really have much knowledge as to how it spread. But by 1985, there was a Surgeon General's report on it. And when my parents told us about it, it was very clear, like, it transmitted through bodily fluids, so sex, and obviously we were little kids, so that wasn't an issue, but through the blood and the dirty needles. And so my parents were encouraging us not to pick up the needles. But even though there was the knowledge about how it spread, that you could not get it from like kissing someone on the cheek, as men and women do in Spain to greet each other, or giving someone a hug, addicts who were HIV positive were essentially treated like lepers, and often, and I just discussed this in the book, when my father and mother would go in the early days, or I would go, quite often families were ashamed of their children and didn't want to hug them or touch them. So it really was a totally different environment, and the HIV positive and people with AIDS really were the lepers in the 1980s, unfortunately.
Explain to people, by the way, and like I said, there's so much we can dig into, your father's relationship and how he actually established his contacts in San Blas, but explain how San Blas ends up the center of this. And, the idea that they were not just going there because it was the cheapest place to be. They were going there because you always, I mean, I hate to use the old Willie Sutton thing about, why do you rob banks? Because that's where the money is. Why do you find yourself in a place like San Blas? That's where you find, as far as your parents are concerned, souls in jeopardy. Talk about that neighborhood a little bit and how it actually comes to be what it is.
Sure. So in Madrid in the 1980s, that basically happened right after the big date in Spanish history, which is 1975, where the General Franco, who was a dictator, had died. And, they used to take out drug dealers and shoot them, so drugs were very rare. But once Franco died, then there was the whole opening up and decriminalization of drugs. There was also essentially the Movida, which was a movement of, sort of similar to like, free love and sex and drugs in, the U.S. in the late 60s and 70s. And so this really was an opening up, an explosion at the time in terms of drugs entering society. But also Madrid was growing very rapidly, and so there were these marginal, border neighborhoods that had social housing were being built up, and they had a very high number of youth, so families averaging 4 or 5 kids, and high youth unemployment. So you had all these kids out in the neighborhood with no jobs, nothing to do, and a lot of drugs. And basically that's, an explosive combination, which led to just a huge amount of heroin use by Spanish kids.
And that is the world in which you exist in, to the point where your grandmother shows up at one point and is like horrified by what she sees, right?
Yeah, she met Raul, who was the first addict to enter the program. He essentially was the program. He moved in with an Australian missionary, and then Raul invited his other friends in. But Raul was, I still remember he had the stench of, alcohol and hadn't showered in days, and he had a bandage, and he tried to give my mother a kiss on both cheeks, and she was just horrified that my father was like letting us grow up in this environment where our living room was full of junkies. And I don't think she ever changed her mind, by the way. But my parents persisted, and so and I was glad that they didn't speak English and didn't know what she was saying about them. But Raul did turn his life around, cleaned up and brought all his friends in, and the drug center then grew over time, and today it's in 20 countries with about 2,000 addicts living in the program. It's been going for about 40 years.
How and you talk to our listeners about this, many of whom in other ways, anybody who has been an American who has actually ridden through rural America, who has seen the hollowing out of small town America, knows the disaster of what addiction can bring to communities, how it can literally hollow them out. Can you talk about the reason why you guys were able to see the growth, and were you, given your position, even as a young, were you able to kind of look at this? What did you see that has been replicated towards success? Because so much of what the early book is about is actually creating community. Is that you have to figure out who the players are, and figuring out ways in to be able to, if you have to find a couple of people to get access to the larger community. But what has been replicatable in regards to the program?
Yeah, so what's very interesting is, when people talk about drug addiction, they either tend to bucket it into two areas. One is like it's just a criminal problem. These people take drugs and commit crime, or they sort of pathologize it and basically say, well, it's just a chemical reaction, and heroin makes you an addict, and so it's a medical problem. But I think, as you pointed out, that one of the big problems is essentially there's like some underlying cause, and often it's a lack of community or a lack of employment or a lack of being in a loving family that drives people to sort of view drugs as essentially be it an out or something that deals with these other things. And one of the things that my parents discovered was, my parents were Christian missionaries, and obviously trying to show love and compassion and try to live out the values of the Sermon on the Mount. But love, I think, and compassion are infectious. People who feel loved, people who know that they're worthy, that they are worthwhile, that they're not alone. I think people respond to that, and then not only when you love people, I think people then transmit that to others. And so it was a sort of chain reaction, if you will, of people feeling that their lives had value and had meaning, and even though they may have been homeless on the street or their family may have kicked them out of the house.
The other thing is too is that I'll get to the discipline part of all of this stuff too, about that aspect of it too. But you do a great job distinguishing between love and grace, and a lot of people don't understand what it really means. Can you kind of define grace for us? Because so much of what goes on in this book isn't just about loving people, but it's about grace as well. Can you kind of talk about what that word means to you, to give our listeners a sense? Like I said, this is a unique book because it is literally constantly surfeited with compassion throughout the whole thing, the genuine definition of compassion as opposed to the empathy that often overwhelms us. Talk a little bit about that, grace, empathy, and compassion.
Sure. So one of the key Christian ideas of grace that my parents had was that grace essentially is unearned compassion or unearned favor, unearned love. And the idea that you don't have to do anything at all to merit it. And I think that quite often in society, there's this idea that you have to do something to merit being loved, and the truth is, my parents would love people regardless. And, they didn't have to do anything to merit that. And I think that to me is the embodiment of grace. It's sort of this unconditional love for people who may have done nothing to deserve it, and the act of receiving that love, leads them to change, and then them to love others too.
I'll tell you this too, and it often sets up not a conflict, but a friction between him and Raul. And you can tell people about Raul more in detail. But the idea is your father is like, we will continue to extend them. The whole point of grace is you get goodness whether you do good or not. You get goodness whether you earn the cookie or not. It doesn't make any difference. Whereas you've got to kind of mix this at the same time. If you're going to have any sort of recovery, there has to be accountability and consequence as well. But how does he create that balance? How do you guys create that balance? How does the world balance between acts of unending grace and at the same time giving people the structural framework to actually begin to take the addiction head on and to begin a process of recovery? Am I making sense?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think it's one, I don't know that there's an easy answer, and I don't know that there's an obvious answer, like even in the moment. And Raul was the first, for those who haven't read the book, and you obviously have, Raul was the first addict in the center. He invited his friends in. He was a sort of charismatic leader. he was like an older brother to my three brothers and me. And then he was HIV positive. I used to visit him in the hospital. And then he died of AIDS in 1995. But what was interesting is he was, the nickname was El Tocho, stocky. He was, he'd held people up at knife point on the streets. He was tough. And then when he came into the center, he was loving, but he was also very tough. And he would kick people out if he felt they weren't making progress or they didn't have a good attitude. He would often not let people in immediately if they hadn't shown up to a couple church services to show that they were genuine. And whereas my father's approach, and he was like tough love, my father's approach was often much more sort of, if people relapsed, well, show them grace and love, bring them right back in. And I think that, you certainly do have to have discipline because otherwise, people either don't take their actions seriously or it sets bad examples, which leads others to relapse. But I think that there's this constant tension in life and in the story, and then even in the book, which I tried to capture between sort of this love and tough love and discipline and grace. But I think like the community was that creative tension worked out well.
It's amazing, by the way, when you actually engage in the work of the gospel, how much the gospel actually arrives. And I kept thinking about, the two stories that kept haunting me throughout the whole thing was, the adulteress and the prodigal son, and the idea of your father in the field telling, I mean, not for real, but there was a constant sense, I could just see your dad as the father from the story of the prodigal son, and Raul as the second son. Get your ass in here and let's celebrate. It's not your love to give. I mean, it's God's love to give, and we have to always offer that in that sort of way. Just to remind you guys, Jonathan Tepper joins us this morning. The name of the book is Shooting Up, a memoir of love, loss, and addiction. Can you talk about this from your own personal point of view too, that you actually in many ways, okay, so I grew up Catholic, and one of the things about growing up Catholic is you got to go to funerals. They don't screw around with this. They don't shield you from death as a kid. You have an up close and personal relationship with death that a lot of people that around your age would not have. And can I ask you the question from your own personal standpoint, how that has indemnified you to the sadness and suffering of life as you've gotten older? It feels open-ended, but I wanted you to talk about this.
No, and I understand exactly what you're saying. I think, some of my literary agent and others, when they were reading the final drafts, were asking me this very same question and asking me to address it in the book, because obviously it's a story, but readers do want to know sort of how should we think about suffering and death, and I thought I don't have the answers to anything in life, but I thought. The things that my mother used to tell me, and I put that in the epilogue. And I think suffering itself and death is meaningless. I think it's our reaction to it that gives it meaning. And I think that we can choose to either harden our hearts and we can turn bitter or angry, or it can lead to more love and more empathy for those who are suffering and grieving. And then, when we've lost loved ones, family and friends, it can lead us to treasure their memory. And, I think my parents certainly and I have tried to respond with, more love to those who are suffering and greater treasuring of the dear friends that have passed.
The idea of the love, too, by the way, that we talk about isn't just love for the fellow man, but the love of the family union and your kind of analysis of what this beautiful relationship between your mom and dad looks like. I'm actually going to read from the book here. Two could play the game, and we were grateful for a mother who, with the least effort, curbed his devotional excesses. Her interruptions only made him love her more. He got up from his chair and told us, "Look away, boys, look away," before he kissed her, and we scurried to our rooms. Dad could be a stern disciplinarian, but his love of learning was infectious, and he transmitted it to us. And I could go on for a while here, but it's so kind of amazing for you to look back and take this sort of stock. In the writing of the book, did you come to a better understanding of their love for one another and their love for the world around them, or was that bursting inside of you and you had to get it out? The idea is the memoir itself a discovery of did you actually discover how much more they loved each other than even you knew at the time?
So it's very interesting. I just decided to write this book when I ran across a very beautiful book called Flying Over 96th Street. And it was about a young sort of blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy like myself whose parents moved him to East Harlem, and he grew up around Black and Puerto Rican kids in the 1950s and 60s through the Civil Rights era. And I just thought, no one's really written this story about my friends in my neighborhood. And so I really did want to capture my friends and family, my parents, and the work that they had done. And, in the process of writing the memoir, you could either be not dishonest, but you could, you can be dishonest too. There are memoirs like that, but you could, only show the good side, or some memoirs are very bitter and only show the bad side and, caricature their parents. I think what I've tried to do here with my parents and with my friends is just try to be as honest as possible, which is to say that I do capture, many of their imperfections and their quirks and their failings, but I capture the idealism and the love that they had. And I do think that, after finishing writing it, I have a much greater appreciation for my parents and the love that they had. And even more impressively, I think that, and I have a quote from Arthur Ashe at the end of the book where he said that, true heroism is, not some, and I'm paraphrasing here, not some grand heroics. It's, the desire to put oneself above all others, but the desire to serve others, at whatever the cost. And I think that that's like something that's done daily. And my parents certainly had that, and they had the love for each other, which was enormous, and then certainly for everyone around them. And they weren't perfect, and I try to capture that, but they were hugely inspiring.
I'm going to tell you something. This book had a profound impact on me for another reason. It wasn't AIDS that killed her, but my grandmother, my mom's mom, passed away much earlier than she should have because, like Arthur Ashe, she'd gotten hepatitis C from a blood transfusion. And it took her way too soon, but it changed my family in some remarkable ways because it put us up close and personal. And a woman who this day has been a close friend of mine who I was involved with back then, her uncle was one of the first people to suffer from AIDS. And I found that when you put people in proximity to those that they love, no matter where they stand, with very few exceptions, that the cascade of deep empathy and emotion of actually watching people suffer through this disease, which, like I said, in the 80s and 90s, game, set, match, you were done. People lived in terrible fear of it. There were people who were convincing themselves they had it who had done nothing to expose themselves to it. That was how real the terror was. And I'm wondering in many ways as you kind of look back on this time, because so many people in this book die of AIDS. And I'm just wondering in regards to where you end up. Are you able in writing the book to take an evaluation of why you are who you are, or was the writing of it more of a revelation to you in the idea that you understand where you were going? It's the same question. Did you understand where you were going when you wrote it, or was the writing of it a genuine process of wonder at discovering you?
Well, first, I'm very sorry for your loss. Hepatitis C, it was a terrible thing, and yes, it was. We were surrounded by death, and at the time, you sort of got on with it, and it was only with the passing of time, I think, that we had a greater perspective, and it was like the 20th year anniversary of the Drug Center when they had like a slideshow of all the friends we had lost, and that was about the time I started writing the book, and it was just extraordinary to see the number of people and faces. And while I set out to write a story of my friends and specific time and place, it's inevitable that the process of writing the book gives me a greater understanding of myself, a greater understanding of my family. I didn't set out to write the book to be cathartic, but I believe that it certainly was.
Yeah, and by the way, another quote, the virus is spreading in Madrid, burying its fangs and biting at the heels of friends, and I thought little of it because it's how you grow up. I mean, that's the thing, too, is the fact that this is how you grow up. This is not like, you're not 30 years old when you come into this world. It is like this is the world that you've been raised in and is part of the developing reality that is all around you as well. If I was going to ask you to kind of talk to our listeners about what value lessons of today can be applied today from what it is you spent your formative years experiencing, what can they take away from this? Like I said, without getting too existential or too big, but I mean, just little kind of, let's go back to grace. Are there moments of grace that can be extended to others based on what you experience in this book?
No, absolutely. I mean, I think the key lessons that I would take away, and sometimes they've asked me, like, if you could go back and talk to your younger self, what lessons would you give? And I do think that there's a line from my mother in the book, the answer to suffering is always more love. And I would hope that people might read the book and come away with more love and empathy and just the appreciation that our days are numbered and limited, and that we have to try to take advantage and enjoy the time with those that we love. That's really the sort of lesson that I would hope people would take away. One of my mentors, who's an investor, I run an investment fund, read the book, and he made the comment after he finished, because the book has photographs in the back of the addicts. He's like, "Oh, they look so normal." And I would hope also another lesson that people might take away is that addicts and people who are different or other, and back then people were suffering who were HIV positive, like they're just like us. They're not, there's not other. They don't look different. They're just, it's obviously sometimes they might be sick, or they might be haven't showered themselves, but ultimately there's a shared humanity that we have between us, and we have to see the possibility of them change in the same way that I hope we can change and grow.
I can't thank you enough for making time. I do have a question. I didn't. Is there an audio book available? As you know, you're talking to over-the-road truck drivers, some of whom have listened to over 600 audiobooks in their time with us. Is there an audio book available of this yet?
There is indeed. So the audiobook is available, and it was the only audiobook I've ever recorded of the books that I've done, and I narrated it, and I hope they enjoy the book. Jonathan-Tepper.com,
Tepper is where you can find out more information about not only him, but this wonderful book, Shooting Up, a Memoir of Loss, Love, and Addiction. Normally at this point, I tell you, you're welcome back anytime. I do have plans for another show down the line. Would love to have you back on to talk about anything that's on your mind, particularly grace and just kind of navigating the world around us. Thank you, Jonathan. It's really a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you.
Love the book. Thank you so
Absolutely.
much. Take care.
Thanks so much.
We're going to take a quick break here, come back on the other side. Dre and I are going to shoot the breeze. One final half hour to go. Phone lines are open. All we ask is that if you're calling, just kind of ease in and shoot the Shinola with us. We'd love to have you on as we make our way further down the road. Don't forget, guys, on the last show, I'm going to offer my thoughts on the legacy of Dave Nemo. Hope you guys will tune in for that. We'll be right back.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
It's Wednesday, 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 Wednesday.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Like I'm in a groovy Mission Impossible movie. This is Road Gang Radio, also known as the groovy Mission Impossible movie, live from the Fastport Studios. Hello, Jimmy.
Mission Impossible, Mission Improbable, Mission Incomprehensible, by the way. So one of the things about Mardi Gras, Phone Master Dre, is that anybody... Okay, have you ever spent Mardi Gras in New Orleans?
No, it was going to be my first time this year, but it didn't happen. Okay, I spent Valentine's Day, which was like their parade, but not Mardi Gras.
At some point, and by the way, there's still plenty of time for both of us. I'm still a relatively young man. I told my wife the other night. I said, I really think I am finally going through a midlife crisis. And she was so funny. What Claire said was, she goes, "Oh, look at the bright side." She said, "There's no way it's a midlife crisis. There's no way you're going to live to 112 years old." Thanks. I said, you know what I wrote back though? I wrote a simple sentence back. I wrote, "I got plans. I got plans. I plan to be around for about 100. Matter of fact, that's kind of my goal now. Is I really want to live to 112 because I figure if you live that long, you're going to be great until you get to be about 108 or so. You know what I'm saying? I mean, anybody that lives that long is going to be just Dan and Grandy. So maybe that'll be like wouldn't that be fantastic if right now was my midpoint?
That would be
amazing.
Yeah.
And I got a shot. You got a shot. We all got a shot, by the way. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
drink your water, people.
Drink your water. Stay hydrated like Drew Brees. Speaking of drinking water, this is important. As somebody who actually, and by the way, there is no Mardi Gras like it. Mobile has a great Mardi Gras day.
Mm-hmm.
It has an even good Mardi Gras weekend before. It does not have the 3 weeks build up. It just doesn't have what this place has. This place is set up for this, and part of the reason it is part of the reason why I can host Super Bowls. It's really funny. California has more Super Bowls than Louisiana does, but California has more cities in which one can have a Super Bowl than Louisiana does. Now, Los Angeles and San Francisco come racing to mind. It's got more cities where you can do it. This whole place is set up for this. It's what we do. We do it better than anybody else. We're also good at giving tips. I will tell you one thing right now. If you and I had gone to Orpheus on Monday night, one of the things I would have made crystal clear to you is we're going to watch this parade and then we're going home and we're going to bed, because one of the worst things you can do on Mardi Gras is be found out drinking and carousing at 1 o'clock in the morning on Mardi Gras morning. 1 a.m. Mardi Gras morning, and you know where I'm going with this.
I'm about to say, who you calling out?
By the way, according to the NOPD, around 12:45 a.m. on Tuesday, February the 17th, which meant 45 minutes into Mardi Gras. Remember, midnight is the beginning of Mardi Gras that night, but around 12:45, because it really isn't the beginning. Most people would say that 5 o'clock ceremony over by I Am What I Am is really the beginning of Mardi Gras. But around 12:45 at night, where he should not have been, NOPD officers responded to the 1400 block of Royal Street on a call of Shia LaBeouf allegedly causing a disturbance and becoming increasingly aggressive at a nearby business. So NOPD officers reported a staff member had tried to make LaBeouf leave, and that after he exited, the staffer was allegedly punched by LaBeouf several times. They added that LaBeouf left, but came back acting even more aggressive. The whole, and another thing, let me tell you something. Multiple people attempted to hold him. This was a quote according to the NOPD. Multiple people attempted to hold him down. He was eventually let up in the hopes he would leave, but he reportedly again struck the same victim with closed fist to the victim's upper body. He allegedly punched a second victim in the snot locker, smack right in the nose. He was reportedly held down until police arrived. He was then taken to a hospital for treatment. Why does he need to be treated? And upon release, he was arrested and charged with 2 simple counts of battery.
And he was back out partying.
Back out partying.
Dude, right after it. But man, have you seen the videos?
Oh, yeah.
There's so many different point of views of it, but he got his ass beat.
His ass beat.
And what was funny is, like, he didn't get jumped. Like, this one...
It wasn't like Jack McDowell. When
No.
Jack McDowell got cold-cocked with Eddie Vedder. That was a bad scene, man. Jack McDowell had a couple of... had an exchange with a bouncer on Decatur Street. This is decades ago, and he wasn't looking. And the video showed that had McDowell gone toe-to-toe with this guy, he had taken this guy. The guy cold-cocked him. Nope, LaBeouf squared up and got his ass handed
He
to him.
headbutt one guy, and then these 2 guys tried to chill him out, and then the big tall guy just told him to chill out, and he kept getting up and knocked him back to the ground, and he's just holding him down. He's like, I'll bring you back up when you're done.
Yeah.
And then he just keeps smacking. But, dude, I'll give it to Shia, though. he didn't get knocked out or anything. He got knocked down.
There are only two ways to kind of do what happened. This is from a guy's standpoint. Guys being guys in Guy Town. Dudes duding it up in Dudeville. There's two ways to do it, and he did one of the two ways you can do it, which is I get knocked down, I get back up again and come up swinging. The other thing you can do is you can just be straight up and own it.
Yeah.
That's the other one. You're like, okay, all right, guys, I am literally having too good of a time. This went dark really quickly. I got to apologize to everybody and make amends on the spot. There is no third way. The third way are like, crying or being a little weenie and all that kind of stuff. He just went with there's only two, I think, real approaches. He took the one that I think is stupid because he's a tiny dude.
Yeah.
I mean, look,
he's stocky, but he's tiny.
Anybody that looks small in a movie is small.
Yeah. It's not like Tom Hardy where they put you in platforms and then put you taller than half the people.
What a lovely voice.
Yeah. Do you feel in control?
Do you feel in control? When Mardi Gras is over, then you have my permission to die. Good God Almighty. It just, and it's just one of those things, too, where I tell people all the time is that people have an odd idea about what these celebrations are about. It's so important, and then I want to hear what you got to say.
Yeah.
It's so important that if you're going to go someplace and celebrate something, do the research.
Yeah.
Figure out what it is you're celebrating and why it is you're celebrating. And there are so many people that think that show your titties and throw some beads at somebody's head at high speed or what this is all about. There's so many ways to enjoy things and enjoy a cocktail.
Yeah.
As a non-drinker, there are very few things in my life that bring me joy than babysitting people who know how to drink.
Yeah.
It's a joy, man, watching people get a little bit looser, a little bit happier, get a bigger smile on
Love
their
fun
face.
drunks.
Fun drunk. I mean, great thing to do, but it's just like, don't go places and be like, hey, man, I'm going to go run with the Bulls. I'm going to run at the Bulls. Don't do that, dude. And that's a lot of people come down here for Mardi Gras, and they run at the Bulls being the NOPD, who, by the way, are the best when it comes to people cutting up and having a good time. I mean, they're famous for, hey, what are you doing there? And then people think, oh, I've got an open container, I'm going to jail. No, dude, just put it in a plastic cup.
Yeah.
Put that in a cup, dude. Just take care of that.
Yeah, not a glass. Put it in a cup.
Just get a cup. Just take care of it, man. The amount of stuff that police will look the other way for in the city of New Orleans. As a matter of fact, and they're doing the job. I don't know if you know this. The New Orleans police are about 800 short of the manpower they need to actually do the job properly.
I remember you saying something about
it's
that.
a bad scene, dude. And I tell you what, Governor Landry, I have an idea. Rather than sending down state troopers to embarrass whoever the mayor of the city of New Orleans is, since the mayor doesn't have the levers of the ability to kind of tax the way the state does, why not just give the state the money it needs to hire new NOPD police officers?
Yeah.
Oh, no, because then you can't flex and run for something else later on. You were going to say.
Oh, well, I was just going to say, I was like, it breaks my heart in a way when it comes to, like, I grew up with Shia LaBeouf. We're around the same age. I grew up even Stevens from Disney and then going to all the different movies.
More than meets the eye, robots in disguise.
Oh yeah, that movie too. That kind of shot him up there. But I'll tell you though, there's so many mixed reviews and mixed views and point of views of the whole situation. But I'm like, it's very on brand for him. And the fact that very in Shia fashion was the next day just chilling on. I don't think he was on Royal, but I think he was near it, just drink in hand and just hanging out and just had a big old smile on his face. So props to you after just getting annihilated. Because, dude, I'd rather go run with bulls than try to go pick a fight with anybody in New Orleans. A bull can't pull a gun on you. You know what I'm saying? And they can't beat you while you're down. Well, they can stomp on you while you're down.
I wouldn't want to pick a fight with a bull. But I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying.
At least you can jump up. You know what I'm saying?
You know what Shia can do for his country in service of all this? He can actually volunteer to wear one of those smart underwears.
Yeah, dude, compress those farts, man.
And just see how full of it he actually is. I got to tell you, it's a bad scene, man. It's a bad scene. And I will say, though, that it does kind of show you that people have gotten smarter about social media, because I'm surprised that this doesn't happen more.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, that people actually listen to their handlers. It also kind of shows you how the rich are not like you and I. And don't ever think that anybody who's got money, if events, by the way, on Capitol Hill have proved anything, don't think anybody who's got any money, don't say that's my kind of guy. Very few people who come from that tax bracket can you relate to. It's the absolute truth of the matter. You have no idea. And a lot of these people have gotten smart and listen to their handlers now and don't put themselves in those situations. So part of me kind of really digs what he was doing, in the sense that he's out there just mixing it up, having a grand time.
Just hanging out. I didn't have anybody with him. I think he was by himself.
There weren't a bunch of goons who were defending him or anything. He just went out there on his own and doing his. The problem is, if you go out there on your own and you do your own thing, if you get drunk at all, man, people are going to annoy you. You're Shia LaBeouf. We don't know what happened or what got him there. We know he's stupid. I mean, he's stupid. I mean, that's just stupid. It's like you're going to fill yourself up with ignorant juice and let people annoy the hell out of you without having a posse of people who can take care of you and get you out of the situation. Moron.
Or who's the guy that was in ER and he's also on the show called The Pit, and he was one of the whatchamacallit.
He was in Endymion, yeah.
Yeah, man. He was having a ball.
He was in Orpheus. Sorry, he was in Orpheus.
God, he was killing it.
I can't remember his name. He was terrific, though. He was. There's
Noah?
a lot of people have Noah. Yeah, it's Noah. Yeah, what's his name?
I got it. I'm coming at you. Hold on.
Come at me, brother. Come at me. Well, we got all kinds of comments, but
Noah Weil.
Noah Weil. Yeah, absolutely.
God, he was happy to be with his wife. He was having a good time. Then he got off the float, and he was still continuing the good time. That's how you do it.
It's like I said. And the other thing is too about New Orleanians, and I will say this. And by the way, this wasn't my problem. Is I got to tell you, if you ever want a really great crash course in pace drinking, a New Orleanian can teach you that, man.
Oh, dude.
Oh, my good God Almighty! In regards to actually how to drink and not turn into a belligerent jerk. There's a lot of New Orleanians who have mastered that, dude. The mixture of knowing how to. I mean, I know people who from Friday on never get behind the wheel of a car and stay permanently inebriated, no hangovers, no sloppy drunkenness. They just move from, I kid you not, cocktail to fried chicken to hour-long nap to waking back up to a couple of beers to, some potato salad and red beans, and on it goes for an entire weekend, maintaining just that level of that, what Kevin Lindsay, and we'll never have another conversation with him on maintenance matters. We'll talk with Kevin at some point, though, that natural harmonic, that just beautiful hum that kind of takes us a little further down the road. And there are people who have just mastered that. All of this stuff is for the taking at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO. Give us a call.
I tell you this, too, as well, too, because of what so many of our friends do out there and the amount of time that they drive, and they get their 34 hours, but then they got to get right back at it. And so, the idea, I know Marshall, our good friend, enjoys a cocktail as well. I know a number of you guys enjoy a cocktail. But I'm just always amazed, too, at the number of people who haven't learned how to sip.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't learned how to sip, learn how to ease into it, haven't learned how to cut the spigot off. The idea like to keep it flowing. They don't know what they're doing.
That's my experience from this past weekend at the rodeo. I'm the one that's like, I need to chill out.
Oh, did you catch yourself before it got too late?
That's always me. I know what my cutoff, and what's super funny is like as I got older, I have a little stomach thing that's just like when beer starts tasting a little sour, a little weird, because I don't drink anything else. It's time to chill out. And I want a nap.
You know what the real giveaway for me about the alcoholism for me was? It wasn't that people were telling me like, dude, you're out of control. What I would do, Dre, was I would leave places and then go drink alone at a certain point. I'd be like, well, okay, you know what? I don't want to be around these people anymore. And I go make my way to a bar, some hole in the wall where I kind of sit at the end of the bar and talk to whoever my favorite bartender was. It was very rarely a matter. There were a couple of nights where it was kind of epic, but it was always kind of funny. And some other stuff had gone wrong in my life when I got really bad with drinking. A lot of it brought on by the drinking. But that's one of the great things about people who can actually handle their booze. They kind of go, oh, there it is. That's the end of that. I've had enough. You know what I'm saying? And I think that there are a few greater delights in this world than somebody who actually enjoys alcohol and everybody else enjoys them when they're enjoying alcohol. That's a big thing, too, because the people who aren't drunks, who I still don't want to be around when they're drunk. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And that's the reality of it as well too. So, what's the rest of the week look like for you? What you got going on?
I don't know. Well, I do know. I got a few things, a little irons in the fires, my friend. I got some stuff to take care of at the house. I'm gonna think about making a trip to go see my dad, since we got some stuff going on next week. But I'm actually going with the flow. I'm figuring out a few things on my personal front I need to, and then at the same time Just getting my head right and preparing for the future, my friend.
Yeah, I'm going to kind of share this with the listeners right now. Is I have some plans. I've hinted at them. I haven't figured them all out yet. And I'm going to be honest with you. To be honest with you, I'm not sure how much more I had in my tank in regards to under the Nemo banner.
Mm-hmm.
There were not many criticisms that were thrown my way that actually landed on me. One of them that did stick was that there were people who suggested I had grafted myself onto my father-in-law's leg. I was more than happy to carry that banner. I was more than happy to try to burnish that brand as much as I possibly could. It's not mine, and it is not who I am, and it's not what I do. It's not what I specialize in. It's not what I'm good at. There are things that I'm good at in regards to the kind of radio and the kind of entertainment that Dave put together. Let me make this really clear. It's great.
Yeah.
What Dave does is great. I don't mean that it's like, yeah, that's not my thing. I mean, that's not my thing. And what I mean by that is I'm not as good at that as Dave is. That is not my thing. And that's not what people, I think, expect of me either. One of the things I am going to do, and I'm letting people know this with the exception of one thing in regards to a friend of ours, Peter Stark, we are going to do something. We made the announcement yesterday, as you probably heard. Peter and I are going to do a podcast,
Super
a weekly
excited about
podcast
that.
called The Last Empty Places. And we've actually outlined like the first 12 episodes. We got a whole bunch of great guests we've got lined up. He's got relationships all over the world in regards to adventurers and explorers and all that kind of groovy stuff. With the exception of kind of working on that, I'm really going to take my first genuine break next week. And what I mean by that is, you've taken a vacation or two, especially since we got over here.
Yeah,
and had
thank
weekends
God.
off, which has been, I am so grateful for that you got a chance to do that. But you and I really, other than your trip to Sturgis, and I've made a couple of trips, but the work didn't end, dude. You had to stay in
No.
touch with people. And I was glad you took that trip from what I would call my own empathy standpoint, my sympathy for myself, is that you got a chance to see because, we just never had the time to really get people trained up properly to replace you. And so while Madison did a great job in your absence, she wasn't set up completely to do that. We never had time. It wasn't like you didn't fail. It just didn't have time to do it. So you had to stay in touch. You had to kind of stay in touch with us. So you get it. You go on that great gig with your brothers. You get a chance to meet Chowder. You get a chance to do all of that. But your brain is still here.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm talking about? Because you were here for me yesterday. Even when you were stuck out there, you were here. And what I'm really looking forward to next week, and I wish I had a little more money in my pocket, but next week I'm really going to kind of shut it down and take some time to go take a walk, to kind of recharge my batteries, to get a sense of, I have plans, but I want to have a week where I'm not working on them.
Yeah, I understood
You
on
know what I'm
that.
saying? Not so much a vacation or a staycation, but a sense of like, you know what? Today, I don't have to answer that question.
Yeah.
One of the problems you have when you take on a role like this, like you and I have, is that people are always passing off their anxieties onto you, their concerns. And you're carrying their anxieties because you're also carrying their paycheck, or you're carrying their ability to get on the air, or you're carrying their ability to know what's next. And I do think I'm going to take some time to kind of, do nothing. And I hope that lands for some people out there. Thank you very much. Paranormal Pie Man says you're a hell of an interviewer, Jimmy. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you to say. By the way, the Paranormal Pie Man, Dre, has no such issues in regards to alcohol because he's never touched a drop. Good for you, man. By the way, you are not poorer for that. How can you miss, or how can you know what you're missing if you've never had it? You know what I'm saying? And that's a really kind of cool place to be. Good for you, Paranormal Pie Man.
Yeah,
Really
instead
good.
of yo, he goes, holes.
Holes.
Shia LaBeouf.
Shia LaBeouf. I got it. Oh, I know.
Dig it up on dig.
Oh, my God. Yeah, I remember. It's really weird, too. It's like he's a guy that didn't make... I don't think he ever made the transition, though. I got to tell you, there are people like Leonardo DiCaprio who made the transition.
Yeah.
And Ricky Schroeder who made the transition all the way, took that big break in between. There are people who were child stars. Jason Bateman comes to mind. But the problem is that a lot of these people try to make that adjustment in real time.
Yeah.
Whereas if you notice with both Bateman and Ricky Schroeder, DiCaprio's weird. Because DiCaprio does make that transition, but he also has the benefit of being Martin Scorsese's new favorite actor.
Yeah,
and
right.
Scorsese helps him make that transition, and that makes a big difference. He also, it's just a strange thing with DiCaprio is a weird kind of example, making that transition almost seamlessly.
Exactly, because I feel like if I can compare it to anybody that's doing it now, it's Timothée Chalamet. Because I'm like, he kind of started in the same age area.
And I think. You know what it is? It's one or two roles. Say my name or remember my name?
Remember my name. Say my name.
Say my name. Where he does it with Armie Hammer, the
yeah,
great relationship.
that was a good movie.
But you also have What's
Beautiful
Eating Gilbert,
Boy.
but you have What's Eating Gilbert Grape for DiCaprio.
Yes.
So you have these roles that give them space where we see them in a different light, even when they're kids, where they get to play a very serious role as kids. So we don't have as much of a problem with them making that transition, as opposed to being like Disney star today. Johnny Depp has the great benefit of 21 Jump Street.
Yeah.
Where you're playing in between and then able to move out of television and into the movies like that. There's got to be some kind of bridge. And LaBeouf had no bridge. LaBeouf.
And then, the other thing is like, it's a rare occasion when it comes to stars from Disney and Nickelodeon that just are able to get out of that.
Kurt Russell comes to mind.
There's some stuff that went down, man, and they just never really recuperate. But it was funny. Hilary Duff, Lizzie McGuire, she was in an interview with Josh Peck from Drake and Josh. Do you ever see that one where she's like, yeah, I enjoy a good drink, and he's like, no, I can't, because once I do that, then I enjoy my other drink, Percocet, and then it goes from there.
Wow.
and she was like, wow, Josh, and he was like, oh, you don't like a Percocet? She's like, no. He's like, you're not the child star I thought you were.
Well, I have to tell you, what's really funny is that there's a story this guy tells about how he had gone to Hollywood and he was working in the industry.
Yeah.
And he was thinking about getting his kids involved. And this guy walked over, one of the people who was his boss, and said, you strike me as a guy who really loves their children. He goes, yeah. He goes, no. He said, absolutely not. He said, if they want to keep acting, he said, let them act in college. And then he said, use any connections you have to get them jobs as adults. He said, do not put them in harm's way. It's a nasty business. Who we got on the phone?
Well, before we get to the phone, can I do a quick little update? Because we haven't had a chance to do it. And we usually kill in Summer Olympics. But where do you think we are in the ranks of gold and medals so far when it comes to the Winter Olympics?
Third.
Did you already know that? Did you read that?
Well, no, my mom is obsessed with the Winter Olympics.
I was like, damn, Jimmy.
Well, it's funny because my sister actually told my mom, she's like, we're doing terrible. My sister went,
it's not terrible.
She said, we're doing third, dude. We're doing third. It's like, and by the way, this isn't our bag, man. It's like Northern Europeans and the Japanese. By the way, Japan is a snowy country, guys. I just want to break the bad news to everybody. It's a land of ice skating and skiing.
Exactly.
Dude. So let it go, guys. We're doing great. We're doing great.
And the one person I feel bad for is my brother, because he doesn't work offshore in Mexico anymore. He works off the shore of New York over there with a bunch of Norwegians, because they're number one, dude. They got 15 gold, 8 silver, 10 bronze.
Be.
Jesus.
They better be.
But they're so nice about it, because it's
They better be winning this whole thing. It's like, it's kind of like saying, it's like what the SEC is going through right now with college football. Like, well, we're not winning? No, because you're not the only people that can cheat these days. Who do we got on the phone?
Oh, man. Oh, Almighty Smiter. Hello, Bruce Almighty.
Hey, Bruce Almighty. What's going on, brother?
Good morning. Good morning.
Hi.
Hey, I wanted to finish up a story that I just kind of texted to you. You were talking about the floats and everything. When they have the flats, you got to fix it.
Yep.
And then the one float that actually, because you brought it up, I don't know, that day or the next day, the one float, what was the parade on Monday?
Orpheus.
Is it Harry Connick's?
Orpheus,
parade?
yeah. That's Orpheus, yeah.
It was his float that had the flat, and we actually got to enjoy the show he kept singing for like 45 minutes while they changed it.
That sounds like Harry, man. That sounds exactly. I got to tell you, man. He is as likable in person as he seems. He is as likable a human being as he seems. He was a likable human being in high school, to be straight up honest with you. He's a good guy.
He didn't have to follow the parade because he was just putting on a great show for you. I mean, that's been 20 years ago.
Yep. Just a good dude. And I got to tell you, man, he throws a hell of a parade. There were a lot of people very concerned when he announced that parade, because everybody kind of used to view Monday as like the quiet day before Mardi Gras, the last day to work on your costumes. And he just assured everybody, we're going to do this right. It's going to be a lot of fun. Anytime anybody starts a new carnival parade, first of all, it has to be properly bankrolled. Second of all, it has got to include people who have yet to find a place to be a part of the fabric. And he really did a great job of mixing the creative class in New Orleans, the musicians and the artists, and then bringing in a lot of out-of-town connections and people. Did a terrific job with that, man. Yeah, he's the best. He's the best.
Oh yeah, great to have him there in New Orleans.
Yeah.
You're a great dude.
Do you know that his father and my uncle were political mortal enemies? Were like big enemies, because my uncle was the defendant's judge and his dad was the DA of New Orleans, and he was constantly throwing cases of convicts out and yelling at them for not pleading them down. He's like, I don't want to let these people off, but your case stinks, so get out. And he would run people against my uncle. My uncle would always beat him, and it was but by the way, on a personal level, they got along just fine. But it's just that's what politics used to be. You know what I'm saying? That you could get along with somebody privately and then still be in the arena up against them. What are you doing the rest of your day before we run out of time here? What's going on in your world?
Well, I didn't have to drive in it yesterday. We were having some crazy winds up there in the Texas Panhandle. I am back out on the road today in New Mexico, and the wind's starting to pick up a little bit. But yesterday we had a bunch of wildfires up there. Oh, man, it was terrible. They're still working on them.
Yeah, and a lot of
Go ahead.
A lot of that doesn't get reported either. That's the other thing too. Is like we make a big deal out of certain stuff, but we don't make a big deal of other stuff because it doesn't affect as many people. But man, there's been some of those wind events and then fueling fires as well too. There's been some crazy weather conditions across the United States of America.
Oh, I muted him. Hold on. All right, sorry, you're back now.
There you are. You're back.
Oh, sorry. We need some good rain and snow.
We'll
take either one.
It would go
Keep the dirt down.
Would go a long way to kind of fixing everything. I'll tell you that, brother. Thank you for the phone call, man. Keep on calling till the bitter end, okay? We will make it
yes,
on.
sir. Y'all have a great one. You too, Dre.
Nothing but love. Nothing but love. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you.
That's
Hey,
it.
speaking of Bruce Almighty, Jim Carrey, did you see what was that last night that he did that on Stephen Colbert?
The Mardi Gras thing?
Bro, that was amazing.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing when he was
did a
up to.
full-on second line with John Baptiste.
Yeah, I have to tell you, it was something else, man, and it was exactly what a second line. By the way, anybody, you know what a second line actually is? When a second line is supposed to happen? Right?
Go for it. Tell us.
When you have a jazz funeral, put the body in the grave, and then and by the way, a second line actually comes out of the end of the funeral.
Wow, celebration of life.
It's celebration of life. That the person is now passed over, and we can go back to the business of celebrating life. That life is for the living.
I want to be cremated, but still, I would love that.
I actually have the option of not having to be cremated. If Claire and I want it, there is a grave space available for us at the front of the fireman's cemetery.
Wow. Okay.
And then I can be buried with my forefathers.
Nice.
By the way, I got some work I got to do because right now, unlike King Thaden, I will be ashamed to be in those people's company as of right now. I got to get on top of it. I got to get a little more pride. And I don't mean the kind of pride like the one in the Bible that turns you bad, but the kind that my mom has in me. That's the kind of pride I'm talking about.
I kind of want to do the one where if I have a house on some land, I would really love to be able to get to the point to where, like, what are the ones where you do a pod? I think they just started doing the past couple of years where you put yourself in a pod and then you can be turned into a tree, like you grow into a tree. I would love that because I'm like, hey man, two things. What's the tax situation if you have a burial on your land? Or something?
You mean Trump?
Yeah,
burying Ivanka on his golf course.
Yeah.
Scumbag.
Oh man.
Always looking for that tax break. By the way, our good friend 3.5 on the Book of Faith, where we were not broadcasting, says, okay, drivers, wild weather out there. Here's where you get to show just how professional you are. Absolutely. Everybody be safe out there today. By the way, we're wrapping this up. We can hit some music. We can get out of here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there's the fat tuba player. We can say fat now. Plump, whatever. I got to sneeze.
Get it. Bless you and bless all the callers that called in and the listeners. Thank you very much, people.
What a great show, by the way. These guests were unbelievable. It gets even better tomorrow. We'll talk at you tomorrow. Great show.